Okay. All right, here. Let's see. Let's see if everything's working. Nice. Okay, look at this. We're live. I'm waiting for Zach to get the adapter, so we'll connect that camera once he gets here.
Oh, okay. Oh, that right now?
Yeah.
Okay, oh, nice. Where do you go? You want to Target?
Yeah. Let's see if I can clean this. All right. I need to figure out, too, where we want to stream from. I guess I could go here. Like, on here, I'm going to stream like this or whatever. Like, what am I going to show the viewers? I guess we'll do Fox and then just mute it because. Be watching. Anyone who's watching, we're going to set up the better camera here soon. We're going to get Mark and Zach in here too as well. We've got these mics, so hopefully it sounds pretty good. And then we're going to get everything set up here. So bear with us. As long as we're ready before 8, I think that we'll be good to go. Let's see, I'll pull this up here. Okay, so far we've got Virginia and Vermont for Biden is projected. Kentucky is projected to be Trump. It's fairly early too. 7:06. All right. Hopefully we can get this camera here set up. Hey, can you say something real quick? Testing the audio here. Okay, it's not bad. Here, let me plug you up.
Oh, yeah.
At least we can hear you.
Bring your cigar?
Yeah, I did. There you go. All right, let's see here.
That's what some people have called a red mirage. And there's a blue mirage version as well. Those places where they report some early votes. Yeah, Dr. Early votes are, now they're saying 101 plus billion early votes. They're thinking they have 66%.
Hello.
How's my sound? Good?
I think so, yeah. It's delayed, so I'm just going to listen to see what it says on here. Yep, we're good. Alright, come on, let's get this back up here. Things are going to get more interesting towards 8, obviously.
Yeah.
So up until now, we're just vibing and waiting for Zach to get here with the thing that we need. I need you to stop being blurry right now. Do we have
Oh, nice. That was
there's a
good.
little table over there, right?
Yeah. You want to grab it?
Yes, please. Oh wait, it's right here. Sorry, I'm tripping. How big is that? Doesn't need to be anything big. Let's see here. Yep. I don't know why this is blurry. This should stop being blurry. That'd be great. Beautiful. Haha. 1 second, guys. You could put it in the center, actually. But, yeah. Okay. I think it'll be a clear idea. That's in, yeah, they're saying enjoy this. You know that song. It's my fault. I'm missing a cable.
Oh.
Yeah. So many liars. This is my first live stream, guys, so anyone that's watching. This first hour is going to be a mess. Skip the hour. Just wait till 8. What is this? You like that?
Did you get any new followers or anything from being on the Don Miller Show?
The latest podcast got a lot of views, so. Alright, guess you guys are,
And of course, it is still early in the evening. The excitement is building. Election Day 2020.
There you go. This is quite interesting. Hopefully the next stream I do a lot more.
And Bill Hammer joins our coverage at the touchscreen to unpack the counties he's watching as results roll in.
Oh, I can make that full screen. If you join the live stream, go ahead and leave a comment in the chat here. I want to see who's on watching. Bear with us as we get the professional camera all set up here pretty soon. Once 8 o'clock hits, we should have our page order. Where's my mic?
He's talking to yourself.
I'm talking to myself here. Oh, man. Let's see here. My mic wasn't plugged in. Go ahead and leave a comment if you're watching. I want to see who's watching, who's tuning into the stream. Just out of curiosity. We'll be set up here at 8 o'clock. right now I just want to make sure everything's working, everything is in order. Go ahead and say hi.
Hello, everyone.
That's Mark. You haven't met Mark yet. He's Zach, Nikolai's brother. So now we've got all three Nikolai brothers on the Gonzo Tonight Show in some sort of form, yeah. You're the first on the live stream, though, so
There we go.
that means something. Put that there. Let's see. So we've got Vermont and Virginia going to Biden. They called that right away, which kind of makes me. I mean, Virginia is the only one I would be like. I feel like Virginia could go back towards Trump, maybe not. Kentucky, they called for Trump. I feel like that's a pretty obvious one. So. But I mean, 8 o'clock. Once 8 o'clock gets here, everything should start rolling. Gonna get some results from Georgia here pretty soon. They said Georgia's too close to call. I think that as the night progresses, we'll see it goes towards Trump big time. South Carolina is going pretty big for Trump. We're looking at about South Carolina 70% Trump. Virginia, they called for Biden, yet they've only counted. He's got 30% right now. Florida currently is 51-47, with 48% of the vote in. Georgia is 55, Biden. These are states too that they count their early votes. What am I watching here? I missed that. We also got to talk about, of course, the Senate and the House. It's a little early to talk about that, but of course we're going to mention that. New Hampshire, was that Trump? I think New Hampshire was going for Trump.
New Hampshire? Oh, I missed it.
Virginia, with less than 1% of the vote, is going to Biden. He's got 36%. Trump has 62%. See here.
It's a pretty good chunk of data, but not everything entirely. I was just popping over. This is Miami down here in the southeast Miami-Dade.
Thank you guys again for joining us. We're going to get going here pretty soon.
Got about close to 1 million votes in a 54-45 lead here. Compare this now to 4 years ago. In 2016, Hillary Clinton 65, Donald Trump 34. That's a substantial.
There he is.
For the percentage of Miami-Dade. It's fucking expensive.
How much?
$100.
Wait, you're kidding.
No, like 30.
Oh man.
What's the difference between that one and this one?
The ends are different.
They've got a 12-point lead here for Joe Biden. So let's go back now. 4 years.
All right, maybe I should move to this chair.
Mike, no reason.
Okay,
You have a ESPN?
I do. All right, let's see what happens.
4 years ago. So this is something we're watching now to see how this state breaks. Quickly, I just want to pop up here to Georgia. Georgia goes at 7 o'clock. We only have a partial amount of data in from Georgia. This is what I find interesting, all right? This is Fulton County. It's the city of Atlanta. This is Cobb County. This is one of the counties to watch.
Mark, just so you know, I'm most likely going to be sitting next to you.
Okay.
Yeah, we'll have to fix all these wires, but
This is cool. It's smart to keep this right here.
yeah.
2016, you saw how close it was. So just watch this margin throughout the night in places like Cobb County and see whether or not the president closes that and at what time. So gives you an idea right now what we're taking in real.
We're trying to set up the big boy camera over there so you can see everyone. So hopefully we can get that done here soon.
He talks about that, how last year it was so heavily for 4 years ago, was so heavily for Hillary Clinton. Now it looks to be like it's trending at least early a little bit.
Oh, actually, hold on here.
We'll talk more about that.
God, it's moving so slow.
Voters will become a big factor as we dig into factors driving voters to the polls. Shannon Green here next.
Let's go to no. What just happened?
What?
It was asking me if I went down the stream. I was like, no. Are you crazy?
Perkins new pot roast specials featuring our pot roast stroganoff, fajita breakfast quesadilla, pot roast melt, and more. Starting at just $7.99.
You only see it on the pictures, like.
Season yours today at PerkinsToGo.com.
I did
I don't know
the
why I
same
can't
thing
see
as
this.
doing a story and I see that thing fall down. I'm like, Zach, we need to fix that.
Serving our veterans.
Yeah, that's a lot better, Zach.
You're more than just enough.
Why are the fans on though?
Cigna Medicare Advantage plan.
Isn't it cold already?
The mosquitoes.
Body and mind. At a price that makes
Is there a story or picture, Zach?
Call
Take a picture. I can put it on the screen.
652-1804. Get an affordable Cigna
Zach's trying. Look at it. He's trying so hard and it's not.
No primary
What?
doctor copay.
Just take a picture. You don't have to try that hard.
Specialist copay.
What are you talking about? Just take a picture.
Copay for many prescription drugs.
Freaking took 100 pictures of him until he's like, okay, just do one is good.
Yeah, because you take horrible
Look,
pictures.
look, look. Look, let's see. My picture's in.
Wow, so your mom?
Moment is here. Get the right plan.
Oh,
Call the right
perfect.
price.
Blurry.
Call 877
Oh, yeah, it is.
1804.
You think because of the fire? Yeah, it's because of the fire, Zach.
1804.
Alright, let's see. I'm fine with this.
Cigna Medicare.
Yep, there it is.
Yeah, look at Marcus. Doesn't even care to take a picture.
After my injury, I lost control of my life.
It's not one to do that. I don't know.
Oh, can you, is the camera on?
Let me check.
Or Bobby?
I'm Mark Anadro, the law office's manager. If you've been injured
Yeah.
in an accident,
Mark, go let Adam inside, please.
Yeah.
747
Can you let Adam inside?
your life.
You can do it.
Is it on?
Huh?
It's on.
Oh.
It's on, okay.
It's on standby. I don't know if you need it.
It's on.
And I'm Luann
Alright.
Sorrell. The polls in Florida just closed at 7 p.m. Let's get right to the latest results. With 12% of the votes counted here in the Sunshine State, Biden is ahead. The former vice president has 51% of the vote. President Trump has nearly 48% of the votes right now. But we still have a very long way to go tonight.
Nationally, we're looking at Biden 49-7 and Trump 49-4.
That is how many electoral votes Trump or Biden will need to win the White House. Here's a look at where things stand
God, it's moving so slow.
right now. President Trump winning Kentucky. Joe Biden claiming victory in Virginia and Vermont. So right now, Joe Biden has 16 electoral votes. President Trump has 8. Back here in Central Florida, 95% of early voting and mail-in ballots have been counted in Orange County.
Fox 35's Robert Guadarrama is live with results tonight. So Robert, what do the early numbers
Looks like we're getting results in here from for senators. A couple Republican senators are winning. Virginia, they called for Biden, but I feel like it's a little early. Kentucky's going to Trump.
Early voting totals and about 95% of mail-in ballots. So there's still a long way to go tonight here in Orange County. One thing, if you're
Oh, Indiana, yeah.
they're still going over some
Are you live right now?
Yeah.
to make sure everybody looks good on those.
I'm not sure exactly how to do this, TBH.
No, I thought so. Just walk here. Yeah, that's just it. That's pretty good. Yo, where's the camera? Give me two. These three?
Yeah. So, why am I bleeding? Yeah, you can, we'll figure something out, yeah.
Is it working or no?
The camera now. Trying to.
Is that to be recorded or?
I don't know, honestly.
Yeah, Charles and Levant,
this
we're
one
at McGinnis Elementary
can go
School. I can
actually-
tell you we went to several polling locations in Volusia County and did not
Is
see
it- are you going to that camera yet?
this one. That is not the case right
You
now.
can put it kind of
Because polls have officially closed, so that line has died down.
You could probably move the camera. Well, it's not gonna work.
Skyfox, this is giving you a look at the lines earlier this evening, and I'm told that this polling location was busy all day long. This is one of 23 schools that was turned into a polling location. And I talked to several voters, some of them waiting 3 minutes to cast a ballot, others waiting almost 2 hours. Listen to these voters. They came several times to try to vote. This was our third time counting because he was not able to stand for very long. So we kept
Vermont going
back,
to.
and we finally got in and won.
I don't know. They called Virginia for Biden, but he's losing votes as they come in. So
They called it already?
yeah, and he was like down 30%. So
So what is the fine power now? What state? That's California.
what?
What state's the fine power now?
Have you watched an election before?
Thanks for joining us for this Fox 35 election update.
Be sure to join us for Fox 35 News at 10 for the latest results and live reports from all across Central Florida. Stay with us.
And welcome back to our special coverage of Election Night in America. I'm Sandra Smith.
Sandra, good evening. I'm Tracy. Most polls are closing in 2 more battleground states, but some sites are staying open longer, and our decision desk is ready to take more calls.
In West Virginia, Fox News projects President Trump will easily defeat Joe Biden in one of the most pro-Trump states in America.
Yeah, West Virginia going to Trump. They said that's a safe one to call.
It's on like these two chairs. Is it working or no?
I honestly don't know how to connect it.
Important to note in North Carolina.
Yeah.
We're set to close at 7:30, but in change to that, some will remain open in a handful of counties until 8:15. So we'll be watching that. We'll have an update on the crucial presidential and Senate races there as soon as we can. The tally so far: Biden 16, President Trump 13, Ohio and Georgia. Some of those early polls are still too close to call.
And now look at where things stand in the Senate. In West Virginia, the Fox News decision desk can now project that Republican Senator
West Virginia Senator
a challenge from
Capito
Democrat
on the Republican side. They called her. She's an incumbent though. So.
Tabs on some other data from our Fox News voter analysis. Shannon Green joins us live with a look at the trend. Shannon, good evening.
Hey, Tracy, good evening. We are excited to show off our improved method for covering the decisions voters make. This is Fox News voter analysis. Over 120,000 interviews with Americans across all 50 states. We're finding out who they voted for and why and what they care about. The survey is conducted for Fox News by NORC at the University of Chicago. First up, confidence in the entire process.
for his podcast.
Voting is very different during the pandemic. A lot of folks casting ballots by mail for the first time. Still,
Right there, same spot.
most of them feel confident. The votes moved in nationally 59%.
So they talk about a lot of,
Colorado, Utah,
like,
Washington,
projected-
voting for them by mail this will pass. But as you can see here, confidence is lower in some southern states like New England. Well, an incumbent on the ballot means the election becomes a referendum, and certainly that is the case this year. Overall,
What are you watching on right there?
about the president among Trump's
What?
supporters, about 8
What are you watching on right
That's
rather than
YouTube live elections.
among Biden's supporters, it's also about President Trump. Just more than half are voting against the president rather than for Biden. Either way, most people tell us they made up their minds a long time.
Every Republican, it appears that right now, Jason Broder is doing very well there. Well, it looks like with a couple of percent lead, Patricia Sigmund is pulling the Seminole County vote. So we'll keep an eye on that. Okay, Greg, thanks.
And turning now to Osceola County and the fight to fill an open seat in State House District 42 and the race for Osceola County Sheriff.
Let's check it now with West 2's Megan Milano, who joins us live from the Supervisor of Elections Office in Kissimmee. Megan?
Hey there. Well, Osceola County residents have certainly been keeping an eye on both of those two races, waiting to see who will fill the seat in the Florida House District 42 and who will step up as the next Osceola County
County Sheriff. Now, Democratic candidate Barbara Katie is up against Republican candidate Fred Hawkins and no party-affiliated candidate Leroy Sanchez. Results are just starting to come in, but right now it looks like Katie and Hawkins are neck and neck, with Katie just taking the lead there. And as far as the race for sheriff goes, Democratic candidate Marco Lopez is facing no party-affiliated candidate Luis Tony Fernandez. Results there show Lopez in the lead with more than double the votes. Now, whoever wins this race will be Osceola County's first Hispanic sheriff. Now, earlier today, we spoke to Osceola County Supervisor of Elections, Mary Jane Arrington, who tells us the biggest takeaway from this election is the record-breaking number of mail-in ballots.
We had record number. We had 55,000 last election. We had over 100,000 this election. Over 75% have been returned.
Nice.
In election studies,
Beautiful.
that it said that a person with a mail ballot is twice as likely to vote, and that has been proven.
Arrington says they also saw a major increase in youth voters, specifically
This one?
in first-time voters
No.
as well. Of course,
Maybe,
more
yeah.
information on Osceola
I think
County
so.
election results as that data comes in. Live in Kissimmee, Megan Milano, 2 News.
Now we want to talk about items that the governor across Central Florida was able to decide. The amendments.
There are 6 proposed amendments to the state constitution on the ballot. Summer Knowles is here now to refresh us on what each amendment is and see what the results are saying at this point.
Oops.
Summer.
Well, guys, the most important thing to know is that each amendment needs 60% of the vote to pass. So here's a quick look at each of them. Starting at the top with Amendment 1, the citizenship requirement to vote in Florida elections. It liberally just changes a couple of words in existing law. Instead of saying every citizen of the United States who is at least 18 and a permanent resident of the state can vote in the county where they are registered.
I'm debating just using this camera and setting it up there
Only a citizen
because it doesn't look that
The
bad.
sponsor says it's intended to prevent non-citizens from voting, but critics say Florida law already prevents non-citizens from voting. Now, Amendment 2 is called Raising Florida's Minimum Wage. If that passes, the wage would increase to $10 an hour next year and then go up $1 per year to $15 in 2026. Amendment 3, well, it is all voters vote in primary elections for state legislature, governor, and cabinet. It's basically an open primary, and if passed, the top 2 vote getters and would move on to the November election, regardless of the party. Now, Amendment 4, it's titled Voter Approval of Constitutional Amendments. In short, this will require that all future amendments be passed in 2 consecutive elections. Amendment 5 is called Limitation on Homestead Exemptions. Passing this measure would give Florida homeowners an extra
Can you
year
go
to make
press
their
the
state
record
property
button,
tax
Mark,
discount portable
on
to
there?
move it to a new home
Just want to see if that
after they
does
sell their
anything.
current home. And Amendment 6 is titled Ad valorem tax discount for spouses of certain deceased veterans who had permanent combat-related disabilities. It would let widows of combat-wounded veterans keep property tax discounts after the veteran dies. Now, Amendment 2 and 3, they've been the most controversial this election cycle. Again, each amendment needs 60% of the vote to pass. We are monitoring it closely. About less than 2%.
It's a red button.
Right now have been
It's like if you're holding it like this, Mark, it's like a thumb press.
Guys, back to you.
Summer, thanks. Want to check in on the
It's a silver button with a red dot.
Let's use Bob Hayes and join us lined up with the Republican
no,
launch
that's
for
the stop button.
Bob.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, Seminole County Republicans are here at the Orlando Marriott in Lake Mary. They're expecting several people at this celebration. We're showing what's going on right now. Pretty full. Tickets gather here in the Florida. And they're also expecting several candidates to come here tonight and some of the most important races in the state. That includes Dr. Leo Valentine, a radiologist who's trying to unseat Democratic Congressman Stephanie Murphy. He's the headliner speaking tonight at this event. We're also told longtime.
So this is this
is here right now in a private
in or out?
Once he gets some results, he's trying to hold on to his seat in House District 29 and State Senate candidate
That might be a
Jason
problem.
Roeder can also be here. He's a former state representative and current head of the Seminole County Chamber of Commerce. And earlier tonight, I talked to the Seminole GOP chairman. This is a short time ago. She says a lot is on the line in this race.
Well, we've been going into tonight knowing that this is dire in Seminole County. It's a 50-50 situation. And we've worked our tails off, and everybody's contributed and done as much as they can humanly possible. And now we're watching returns, people who are voting, either voting early or voting by mail, and we are feeling really good about how our numbers look.
This event here tonight is mainly for volunteers who are celebrating a long day out there campaigning, long month, really long whole campaign for all these candidates who they've been working so hard for. I talked to Scott Flake in the state rep a short time ago on the phone. Says he's feeling good about his chances based on the numbers he's seen so
so far. Of course,
Y'all are like, yeah, y'all are swing
states. Okay. Reporting live in Lake Mary, Bob Hayes at West Studios. Okay. Now the West Studios on the Democrat watch party in Seminole County.
Well, she's Matt Fully is now there.
Okay, they wanted to.
Meredith and Jim,
Okay.
could be historic for Democrats.
How's it going, Jack?
It's going pretty good. It's pretty good over here. How you doing?
Not doing good.
I know we have a little bit of camera
Little technical issues, but and now YouTube Studio is down, so I can't see anyone.
We have Adam Trout over here. Just question about Texas, because they have Texas labeled as a swing state.
Can you believe that?
We have gunslinging, cowboy hat wearing Texas as a swing state.
She's from Sanford, very well known in her community.
I think if they get to choose that as a swing state, we get to choose California as a swing state.
She's an attorney and a single mother of 3. And in the Senate,
All right, here's what we're gonna do.
is Patricia Sigmund. She's an attorney here in Seminole County who has had a law practice since the early 90s. Also very well known in her community. Now, earlier tonight we spoke with the chairperson.
More likely than Texas turning blue.
She tells us that they have noticed a very large engagement shift since the 2016 election.
We still hope when we elected Stephanie in 2016 to be our congressional representative.
Sorry.
So please, she's got a 30-plus year incumbency for representative.
Yep.
It's races like this that Democrats on every level are watching very closely tonight.
You mind helping me with this?
Especially Tracy Kagan. She got a retweet just this week for Hillary Clinton. So these are races that people are very interested in. Obviously, we will be watching. Back to you.
All right, Matt, thank you so much. And now let's check in with
Yeah,
our
let's
studio.
move it a
We've
little
been monitoring
closer.
some key races across the state.
So strong. What's been catching your eye?
Yeah.
Well, Jim, one race that I keep an eye on right now is Florida's congressional race for District 3. This covers Marion County, Putnam County, and Alachua County. This is an open seat as Republican Ted Yoho is not running for re-election. Take a look at your screen. Kat Kamek.
It might be better to put that on this and this on that.
Say what? Well, this is going to be the camera. So. I see what you're saying. Okay. Let's put the tables over here first.
You can keep it right here.
I'm trying to see where it's going to go. Is Mark in there?
Yeah, but like if we put it like right here, should it get all of us?
It's got Mark in there, it's got Alan in there, it's got you in there.
Okay, I see. No, put off.
No, I see it.
Oh, it's
Finally, one last race that we're keeping a track of tonight, Florida's House District 32. This includes Central and Western Lake County, spanning to Sumter and Polk counties. Democrat Stephanie Dukes is facing off against incumbent Anthony Sabatini. Of course, we're going to stay on top of these races, including the presidential race, as those numbers continue to roll in. I'll give you an update on those races as soon as they are starting to get called as well. Jim, back to you.
Stuart, thanks. Next on West 2, several congressional and state house seats are up for grabs in Central Florida.
When we return, we have live team coverage on the latest race results in Orange County.
Take on the day with Central Florida's early risers. Take on the day with the tools to know, the forecast to plan, the route less traveled. Take on the day with the information to get up and go. Whether your day starts here or here, this is the time and place to stay connected. West 2 News Sunrise, weekdays starting at 4:30 a.m. Local, live, late breaking.
Did you know that Geico's whole 15 minutes thing, that came from me? Really? My first idea was, in 1/4 of an hour, your savings will tower. Over you, figuratively speaking. But that's not catchy, is it? It's not going to swim about in your brain. So I thought, 15
Yeah. Me too.
serendipity.
Geico. 15 minutes could save you 50%.
That's Logitech camera I got.
In honor of all who served, Hudson's is holding a Veterans Day sale like no other. With
I bet you his camera right there is better than the Logitech.
up to 3 years interest-free or
Yeah.
additional 10% off the Veterans Day sale.
We've had that Logitech camera since we were in high school.
Stay connected with West 2 by liking us on Facebook.
Starling Chevrolet is Orlando's
All right,
largest
so
Chevy
if you
dealer
guys
because we give our
get
guests
up,
more for less.
take
Yeah.
Sounds about right.
You have 4 bucks? We've got the perfect SUV for you. The all-new Trailblazer
Mark, you want this chair?
is bold, spacious,
Or this, or you
and
want
has
it?
the technology and capability you need for a price
put it over
you can
there.
afford,
Yeah.
with leases starting at just $169 a month. The new Tahoe is the most versatile and advanced Tahoe ever and starts under $50,000. Come visit us online at starlingchevy.com.
Do you have a headset to make sure you can hear everybody?
I do, but
Millions of customers are leaving their providers and switching to Spectrum. And if you have satellite, it's not hard to see why. Because unlike satellite, Spectrum gives you all the services you need. Like internet,
actually,
TV.
technically only have 3.
They do? Yeah, they do. And Spectrum has the fastest download speeds with the most reliable performance.
Yeah,
Get
right.
Spectrum in.
Alright, take it, Zach. I don't know about that stuff.
Call 833-909-4499. Spectrum runs on TV too. Unlike satellite, Spectrum doesn't have
And then grab that small table right there.
What do you want that?
Like right here.
Okay.
Sorry, get the
Spectrum has more free HD and free on demand. Get Spectrum TV for $44.99 a month. Call 833-909-4499. And unlike satellite providers, Spectrum doesn't have contracts or early termination fees.
Okay.
We leave a current contract up to $500. So America's fastest growing
Hello.
TV and voice provider. Get Spectrum Internet and TV for $44.99 a month each. Ask about our easy self-install options. Call 833-909-4499.
You want to just put this
Back
here?
to Commitment
Or this one?
2020 election coverage here on West 2. Let's jump right into the race for president. The latest nationwide results that we have so far.
I got it.
This is actually in Florida. 77% of precincts.
All right, it is 7:45,
And we thought it would be close.
and we're basically pretty much set up here. So
Just a little bit.
We were running a little bit behind. But
we're
it's all right.
running a tad bit behind, for being honest with you. But that's okay. Things happen.
House District 7 races. We'll take a look at some local races happening. This is incumbent. Democrat Stephanie Murphy, Republican Dr. Leo Valentin, and William Garlington is the non.
If you guys are joining, go ahead and leave your name in the chat. I want to see
You can see right now 57% at this point.
who's on
Leo
here.
Valentin trailing with 41%.
U.S. House District 9, Democrat Darren Soto is the incumbent facing a challenge from Republican Bill Owens, and Soto very comfortably ahead. 60% of the precincts reporting Soto with 59% of the votes.
U.S. House District 10,
Sounds pretty good.
Democrat Val Dem is
I'm just listening to see if the mics are working.
Okay.
Yeah, you can hook this to your.
Yeah, no, yeah. I like holding it, you know.
Okay. If that's what you want to do.
4% and 85% reporting at this point.
So let's go ahead and take a look at some of the big races in Orange County.
We start with West 2's Kelsey Ford.
All right, I'm going to do test real quick. So Alex, test volume.
Zach, test volume.
Mark, test volume.
Can you hear me?
Yeah. Okay. Well, I think so. I've been hearing him the whole time, so I know his works.
Yeah, I'll go grab one.
Oh yeah, that's pretty good.
Much different than any other election night in the past. They were doing everything virtually. So Orange County Democrats.
All right, boys and girls, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to go ahead and do a post here on Instagram. If you're just joining us, we have Mark Nikolai over there on the left with his Gonzo Tonight shirt on. It's beautiful.
That's right.
We've got Adam Trad there in the middle next to Mark. Zach just left, and then I'm right here. So.
Congressional District 7, she's the incumbent. We will also continue to watch Representative Darren
Let's
Soto.
see here.
He's the incumbent at District 9. Then, of course, Val Demings with District 10. You look over at the state races, the Florida House districts.
We're also watching Representative Geraldine Thompson. She's with District 44 here in Orange County. We have Anna Escamani, who is District 47 in Orange County.
Did someone? I was like, who lit up a cigar?
She is running as a Democrat in that open seat, District 47. That's the one that was vacated by Amy Mercado, who's running for a different position here in Orange County. And then finally, Carlos Guillermo Smith. He is the incumbent for House District 49. So those are the races that we will be watching.
We're going to be giving you guys coverage as we get it. Background there is just going to basically be all the races that are coming in on loop, so you can see what's going on. We have commentary here for us to listen to, and this is this local? Do you know?
This is local, yeah.
Okay.
Back to you guys in the studio.
Meantime, West News' Paul Rivera is outside the Orange County Republican Watch Party.
He joins us live now. So, Paul, how are candidates reacting there?
Zach Lurie doesn't sound good after comes back down.
Well, they feel hopeful and they're excited. There's been a lot of last-minute campaigning going on by those candidates. We're at the Rosen Plaza Hotel off of I Drive, where that big GOP watch party is happening. Now, let's introduce you to some of the candidates that we spoke to today. Kelsey mentioned some of these races on the Democratic side. Let's talk about the Republican challengers. We start with Bill Olson running for Florida's 9th Congressional District against Democrat Darren Soto. Here's what Olson had to say.
So I've been moving along from one polling place to the next just so that I can talk to the people that are there. I just want to tell everyone thank you so much for all the hard work that you have done.
All right.
For me.
This is what happens.
Albania or Kosovo?
Albania.
Turning out two different Florida House seats in the Republican candidates.
All right, we got Albania. Now that there's a difference, because Albania is Kosovo, vice versa.
Running against Democrat Carlos Guillermo Smith, House District 49.
So let's see. Here you got your cigars.
Thank you.
For starters, it's going to be an amazing night. If we win based on these numbers, it'll probably be the biggest upset in the state.
Tatum asked if we get matching pajamas. I said, if Amendment 2 passes, I can't afford it.
Hey, where's your mic?
We didn't even smoke. We haven't. Yeah.
No, Adam.
Well, Adam has a small one.
And a lot of hard work leading up to those polls closing. Now they wait for those results.
I forgot you were smoking your shit.
Happening in that building. We're off by Drive. Reporting live in Orlando, Paul Rivera, Watch 2 News.
All of those gas are that.
Watch 2 will take another look at the big races that we are watching here in Central Florida.
Oh, they're all gas.
Light bulbs.
No, they're gas.
Okay.
Why?
I was curious.
No, they're electric.
Oh, they are?
Yeah.
Okay, I was gonna say I saw it flickering, but it looks like there's a glass inside it.
Yeah.
When the community hurts, when they reach out his hand, we pull it to his feet.
That's good.
Audio's good?
Yeah, it sounds good.
All right, cool.
Let me go ahead and post the story here.
Chicago Wednesday returns November 11th on NBC.
If it's even, Stephen, that we don't know which party actually controls the Senate until a couple of days after.
So 270 to win. Right now we have 19 vote or 19.
Where's this for right now?
Electoral votes to Biden, 13 for Trump.
That's the popular vote.
Yeah, popular vote.
Popular vote right there.
Yeah, popular vote. Trump is currently winning. You know, he's winning by 0.6%. About 80,000 people he's winning.
President Trump carried that district by 10, 11 points. Sochi, Torres, Small in southern New Mexico. Also, Kendra Horn.
Somebody saying it's going to take a few days until the final votes come in.
So we have Adam over here. He's talking about taking a few days until.
That's what I told.
Yeah, until the votes come in. So most people don't know this. The actual there's 3 different terminologies, right, that the news will use. They have projected, called, and then actually elected, right? So on election night, the news media will end up calling, every state, which means that is the most likely candidate to win that state. But the actual okay. What am I trying to say? The actual counts right?
Electoral college are you talking about? Okay,
Yeah.
So popular vote is going to be very close, I think.
Well, no, I'm talking about. He said we're not going to know till a few days, but it's like that every election. We just we know enough to assume on election day.
As the states come in and as he gets electoral votes, I think as we see throughout the night, it's going to be clear. I personally think it's going to be Trump 300 plus. It's going to be high enough so where we should know that he has won. And in those states, I think as the results come in, the states will be pretty there'll be a wide enough margin so we know.
Meantime, let's bring in former South Carolina Republican Congressman Trey Gowdy. Congressman, always good to see you. Welcome to the show tonight. We were just talking about your state. I'm not sure if you were tuning in, but we were just talking about South Carolina. Yet to be called. Polls closed 53 minutes ago. The race between Lindsey Graham not yet called. What are you hearing down there, sir?
I think my mic's broke.
I just got off the phone with Lindsey. It was a personal call. I wasn't trying to get information. I think Lindsey's going to pull this out. But, $100 million is a lot of money.
All right.
You can cast anyone in a non-flattering light. So, $100 million and the Supreme Court, justice fight. It's been a tough 6 months for Lindsey. I think he's going to be fine. But also, don't forget about that House seat on the coast.
So now we are currently looking at the Senate seats. Republicans have won 32, Democrats have won 36. Kind of curious to see how this is going to close together.
I was listening and my thing was 6 minutes behind. So I'm like, what the heck?
Oh, sweet. Okay, so we got Trump 2020 bucks over here. Probably just got them in the mail. Thank you, Mom. $2,020. I got my stimulus check, it looks like.
You must have got mine too.
Pretty cool. Election. I never thought I wanted a trial. I like to look for ghosts and goblins. It looks to me
that's pretty
like we have to pull a straight flush. There's almost no margin for error for Republicans. We forget about the popular vote. We won that once out of the last 7 presidential races. We've got to win the Electoral College, and we have to pull a straight flush to do it. So, I was dead wrong in 2016. I hope I'm dead wrong tonight, too. It just seems like when you have to be perfect, it's tough. When you say straight flush, I'm curious, are you talking, you need 10
All right, as far as, let's see, in the Senate here, 36-32, of course there's a lot of seats missing there. No one on the Republican side or the Democratic side has gained any seats, meaning that either so far an incumbent has won or that they haven't been announced yet.
Florida or Georgia or North Carolina. I don't see the path. So, look, I'm not nearly as far as Art Fleischer about anything, especially politics.
Oh, we have some inside if you want some.
Jesus Christ.
What are the
issues? If you look back at a moment that mattered the most, was it the president?
See who's in here. Go ahead and leave a comment if you're watching with your name, unless you're watching on a big screen or something.
Senator, that's a great question, and it's one that I think now is the time for us to focus on. Even if we win, what could we have done better? I think the coronavirus press conferences, if I were advising the president, I would have advised
It's very nice of you to join us.
empathetic compassion.
I was going to say that. She looked away.
2,000 lives were lost, impacting exponentially more people. It's not always what Republicans do. It's how we
Hello, 4 viewers.
we do. And I thought the first, if the Donald Trump was showed up in the second debate.
Let's see. It's almost 8 o'clock here. I feel like once 8 o'clock hits, we're going to get some big stuff coming in. So we'll see. Hold on to your hats.
So what's that saying? Florida's closing at 8? I thought they closed at 7.
Well, no, they close at 7 and then they announce at 8 what the deal is. Biden and Trump are tied in Florida with 81% in. Georgia 53 for Trump, 8% in. Trump is currently winning the popular vote, 7 million votes. We'll see where that goes. And Democrats in the House 6 to 7. 6 Democrats, 7 Republican. No neck games for either party.
So Donald Trump do overall?
Oh, he won.
Yeah, we're actually ready to go to bed.
Oh yeah, it's gonna be like this till midnight.
I know, like an area at one point, it seems like Donald Trump on all the states.
Oh, in Florida, you mean?
Huh?
In Florida, you mean?
No, those are all just projections.
Yeah.
Oh, projection.
Yeah.
There's only like 13 million votes in right now, nationwide. So.
Yeah.
Yeah, like on the West Coast and stuff, they'll be voting.
Like counted, you mean?
Counted.
Yeah. I saw like on the radio the other day, or heard on the radio the other day. There's like 9 million early votes in Florida, and by 2016 election, 9 million was like total votes, including early. And
Oh, really?
Yeah.
So that was 9 million so far. So there's more early voting, is what you're saying? Okay.
That was like a couple days ago.
Yeah.
They said it's gonna be the biggest voter turnout since 1908.
Damn.
It's definitely going to be a big voter turnout for sure.
No, I just didn't realize it was that fucking.
All right, Alex, what cigar should I smoke?
I didn't realize it was that big.
I'll leave you to it.
Leave me to it.
You need.
Well, we're going to be here for a while, so.
We are, but you gotta make sure. You think that's too squishy?
Oh, yeah, let's see.
Yeah.
That is pretty squishy.
Yeah, it is, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
We're
gonna hold off on that one.
on that one.
I got my Cuban and my Padron.
You're fine.
I've got Zach and Nikolai here. About to smoke Monte Cristo number 2 from the good old Cuba, courtesy of the Don Miller Show.
Yeah, you were on the Don Miller Show today, actually.
I
right?
was actually, yeah. It was a great time. I think I was on there for about 15 minutes, and 2 people came on and decided to yell at me, so that was fun.
Yeah, one person. Yeah.
You should be using the hate though.
Oh yeah, at first it was kids. Now it's grown adults. So I mean, I think it was actually more funny this time. So I'm sitting there on the phone. I'm ready to answer this woman's question. She was just yelling at me, and I'm ready to answer it, and then like I muted myself because I was just dying laughing.
What happened?
Yeah, and I muted myself because I was just dying laughing. And then Don stepped in and he was like, he went off on her. But
yeah, he had to stop.
It was pretty good. We talked about, my prediction for the election. We talked about students. We focused on students a lot. So we talked about student voters, young voters, what I see on the ground here. It was a pretty good conversation. The Don Miller Show on YouTube, Apple Podcasts. Go ahead and check him out.
That's according to the Fox News decision desk. The reliably blue state of Rhode Island will also be added to the Biden win column tonight and adds to his electoral vote. So, story in Connecticut will report a close to victory.
We said that.
Another expected win for Joe Biden. If it keeps going, the Democratic nominee will also pick up the perennially blue state of Maryland in the other.
Let's see if these states come in.
Votes are starting to add up, getting a better sense of where things are, and finally Biden will win the state.
So they're calling a lot of states for Biden, but these are all, up in the northeast, states that are expected to go blue. Alabama, Trump, obviously. Mississippi, Trump. Indiana is most likely going to go to Trump. And the display that I have here for you guys is not maybe going to be the most updated, but they wait until it's pretty much concrete as opposed to calling something really early. What are you smoking there, Mark?
Well, a lighter today. I got a fire.
Where am I keeping your lighter or cutter? Sorry.
Double Robusto.
Got a fire. It's a pretty good cigar there.
Alex,
Yeah.
No.
Got it for the first time about 2 weeks ago. Like it a lot, so I thought I'd give it another chance.
Looks like Maine's probably going to go to Biden. They believe that's a safe bet. Here we go. We got an update now. So we got 91.56 currently for Trump. A lot of the northern blue states, they're calling for Biden. We got some of the southern states and then a little bit of the middle states going for Trump. Georgia's leaning
that's
Trump.
Like who's
Florida's
like
pretty
who's
close.
Projected.
Because it's showing like 20-some%, but still said it's still showing Trump.
That's
yeah,
basically
so that's
what's
like,
going on here at 8 o'clock.
You have to look the news. No, it is the Democrats. Most news networks are run by Democrats.
Even Fox News is getting
Jerry
all
DuPont.
nasty here.
Yeah.
This pissed me off. Give me a break. It's what?
It's still early.
Mom, can you get over?
Make sure how did I do this? So, like I said, we've got Zachary Nikolai here, flexing on us with the Monte Cristo #2 from Cuba.
So I got a few flexes for tonight, but it's not, just for me. It's for all of us.
Okay.
We have the Monte Cristo from Cuba.
Yes, correct.
Right.
That's an authentic Cuban cigar. It's not one of the fake ones.
This actually is an authentic, and I'm kind of happy to smoke it tonight. I have my Fender Edition DuPont lighter I just got for my birthday.
Very nice. Very
which the followers should know. I saw Gonzo Tonight Show posted about it about me. One big flex for everyone is we have right over here King Louis XIII.
Holy cow!
There we go.
So
let me see that.
Right out the big boy for tonight.
Don't drop it. It's just the bottle itself. Careful, because the cap comes off.
Okay.
It's a crystal cap. So
very nice bottle. Look at that thing.
So we are splurging a little bit tonight. We're hoping it's gonna be a good night. Whatever happens, happens. But
as long as I got my guns.
That's it. We have Alex over here. He has his American flag glass. I have my Trump glass from straight from Las Vegas.
Hey, we just got a new addition in here from the Gonzo Tonight Show. We got a coffee mug here because it's going to be a late night. We're going to need some caffeine. So, of course, get your merch. Use code Gonzo to get 20% off.
Hey, good evening, guys. Look, so we are actually in Wilkes-Barre. We are just south of Spring.
All right, let me light this.
All right, let's pour
like
up.
that. I'm gonna pour some.
Let's go ahead and break it open.
Pour some stuff up.
So I'm smoking the Padron 50 year, otherwise known as a hammer. It's a $50 cigar. It's like an average smoke for us.
An average smoke, yeah.
Mark's going a little cheap with the $23 cigar, but
I was,
we'll give
yeah.
him a break.
But you know me, I'm a sucker for branding.
Yeah. Brand, it does look good. It's a very nice looking cigar.
I'm a sucker for branding and for cigar cases.
Zach was about to flex on this with the special occasion cigar, the Davidoff Royal. Retail price, some say it's $100.
Some say
it's a special occasion.
It's called to be $100. Perhaps it's too close to call.
It's too close to call. It could be 80. It could be 120.
It could be 100. Yeah.
But yeah, we're gonna let that one rest for a little bit. I don't think it's ready. I'm gonna use the new DuPont actually.
So
to light this bad boy up. It's very beautiful, thin, sleek lighter there, made with the wood of Fender guitar, as I have heard.
Yep.
Very wind resistant.
Yeah, it's a windy night tonight, and I had no problems lighting it.
Yeah, I mean, surprisingly, thankfully too, this weekend and today, yesterday and today have been very cool and very windy. In Florida.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
It's so if whatever happens tonight, I'm going to be vibing just because of the weather.
So currently, Biden has 91 electorals. Illinois went to Biden. Maine went to Biden. Jersey went to Biden. I mean, these are all blue states, just like Alabama got called in, Oklahoma. We're still waiting on Georgia. I believe Georgia's actually leading in Trump. They say it's a swing state. Never heard of that before.
There's a lot of swing states this election. It's like half the map.
Yeah, half the map is swing states, apparently. Now I'm curious to see what Pennsylvania.
Florida pretty tight here. Trump leading by a 0.7 margin with 83% of the vote in. He's got about half, 50,000 votes, 70,000 votes more. So it's pretty close right now, as we know. High voter turnout in Florida, so we're going to be looking at a lot of votes coming in. They say 83%, but I mean... And keep in mind, this is going to move. This total is going to move the Panhandle, a very conservative area. More votes coming in. Virginia going for Biden, but he's still trailing by a good, what was that, 20%?
Okay.
Beautiful. This live stream is actually sponsored by Giovanni's Italian Restaurant. They have 5 locations here in Central Florida, all along the 417 highway. Thank you guys for sponsoring this live stream.
No problem.
Got best pizza in Orlando, best
Italian food.
We actually
best subs.
We have best subs in Seminole County.
They beat Publix for best subs.
We beat Publix and Las Spadas.
That's pretty impressive. If you're local, you know
Las Spadas is very good.
But Giovanni's is better.
That's it.
And that's not controversial. This election, though, however. Trump pulling in 50% for Florida now. So 0.8% lead. Still pretty close. That is true. They're just saying that Trump is gaining a lot of Hispanic voters this election, especially even in like Miami-Dade.
Yeah, Miami-Dade County, yeah.
Did you, no, thank you. And try the King Louis.
How is it?
Wow. Really good. All right, I can feel my nerves calming now. Not even, I was nervous, not because of the election.
Just because of
this.
Yeah, yeah, we had a little camera difficulties in the beginning.
There's always the next 4 years.
So to get over the top, he's got to make it up somewhere else. Keep your eye on the Hispanic vote. That was an early indication. Keep your eye on the black vote, particularly those.
That is true. We have to talk about the black vote this election. He got 9% last year. About 9%, I believe, and they were projecting this election to be
about 40.
Someone was they were saying like 40%. So I mean, that's pretty big. I mean, based on what I'm seeing, it's believable. But we'll see what happens. Whether it's like 25, 30%, or even as high as 40.
Yeah, the Rasmussen reports had it at 42%. And then in Florida, 8 hours ago, they had 100% of 2016's voter turnout. And that was 8 hours ago, and that's, without considering all of today's voting.
Okay, so they passed 2016.
They passed, currently passed 2016, yeah. Okay, so a Thursday poll had Trump at 31% of the black vote.
Nationally, or?
Yeah.
Okay. So I mean, that's big.
Yeah.
Exactly. We've got about 20.5 million votes in nationwide now. Looking at the map here in Florida.
As I point out that we're just over 80% of the total vote in. And I know you're also looking down at Miami-Dade. Important to see what's going on there as well.
Miami-Dade is actually pretty close. Last election was like 80% Clinton.
Yeah.
Right now we're looking at 54% Biden. So big voter turnout for the Republicans this election down in Miami-Dade and the surrounding counties.
The other fascinating thing in Miami-Dade, it looks like 2 Democratic congressmen are going to lose tonight who represent districts with large Cuban populations.
They're talking about how in Florida we might lose some Democrat congressmen in heavily Hispanic counties, believe it or not. So.
So if Donald Trump narrowly wins Florida, then that means we're going to be litigating Michigan or I'm sorry, we're going to be litigating Pennsylvania for a month. If Donald Trump wins Florida by 2-3 points, as it looks like.
Here we go. We've got Roberto Nicolai joining us here in the chat. And yes, we are staying up all night. Absolutely. We got coffee. Those of you joining us, the Gonzo Tonight mug just came out. This is what keeps me going. Roberto, hope to see you here soon. We can have all 3 of the Nicolai brothers in here. Again, welcome, Mark Nicolai.
Thank you.
His first appearance on the podcast. You've actually been on a podcast before for a little bit, I think. Wasn't he on a podcast?
Who?
Adam. Like a little bit.
Yeah, I think so.
And you were there, right?
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah, because he showed up
Adam
late.
made a guest appearance, no big deal.
Is it still 6 minutes ahead or behind?
No, that was just my phone. It's only like a few 30-second delay, maybe.
That's good.
Yeah, about 30 seconds a minute, maybe. So we've got about, 11 states for Biden, and I
those
think
are
that was
kinda
9 for Trump.
Yes, I mean, like, it's not like.
So still pretty close, really.
Yeah, because it's not 100% of the vote.
I'm waiting for New York. What's New York doing right now?
Hopefully voting red. That's what I'm hoping for.
They're trying to figure out how to get rid of those red votes. No, but Pennsylvania is going to be interesting. New York, I don't know what the heck New York's doing. South Carolina's coming in slow, but let's see here.
I didn't see that too either.
Yeah, that's our map right there. Oklahoma. Good old state of Oklahoma. We knew what was going to happen there. We don't have to talk about that.
What's those other small states right there? Rhode Island?
Up in there, we've got all those northern states, Maine, Rhode Island, New Jersey, Delaware. North Carolina right now, 66% Trump with less than 1% of the vote, and it's still pretty early. Of course, they'll call Biden. They'll call Biden right away, but if Trump's leading, they're like, eh. Now it is, of course, it is too early to determine. I mean that on both sides. So, gonna go ahead and share this link here with some people. Where is this?
Where's Jansen?
Home.
Biggest swing states, Florida and Pennsylvania. See, that is probably true.
Florida's always a swing state.
Yeah.
Trump's trailing ahead though. He's at 50.4%. Biden was at 48 point something. But they were saying the Panhandle still has to come in, but they.
We know where that's going.
Yeah.
Yeah, so the beginning of these elections, it's always kind of hectic because, like, you know, they're trying to go all over the place, trying to, you know, predict everyone. So it's kind of confusing to watch.
Yeah, it's all over the place, especially in the beginning. They're calling states left and right, and then it gets hectic towards the end. Again, no net gains for the House or Senate as far as I'm aware of. Democrats need plus 4 seats to take over the Senate. Looks like they're getting all their incumbents in right now, and then there's a lot of Republican seats that need to be taken. 23-23 in the House. We're going to be here all night for the House. All right. Tuning in to NBC now to see what the narrative is there. They've only got, they're actually being conservative, it looked like. What was that, 44-27 or 44-37?
Yeah.
How do you feel at this moment? Do you feel you're ready to say this is going to go Trump's way tonight in Florida?
Absolutely. When you look at the big key,
Rick Scott up here.
So Florida currently 50%. Biden is at 48.7%. Georgia 55%. Illinois less than 1% in. 83%.
So, this is 30 minutes ago when he was winning.
Ryan Sweeney is in the house. Thank you, Ryan. We've got Brianna Case up here, Lisa Gonzalez. How you guys doing? Thanks for joining us. If you have anything you want to discuss, go ahead and leave us a comment. Go ahead and text me or call me, whatever you want to do. And we'll be here all night talking about the election, giving you daily updates.
Giving you minutely updates.
This is what happens when I start rambling. I just start rambling nonsense here. No major updates since 8 o'clock. A lot of the states came in. We've got 91 Biden, 56 Trump. A lot of those states are still too early to call, in my opinion, but we've got NBC here looking at 44-27. In Florida, most of the Florida guys are on here. 50% Trump, 48 Biden. Once the panhandle comes in, I think that margin is going to get bigger.
Counties that surprised you tonight, Senator Scott? Anything where you thought that the president would do better or that Joe Biden would do better other than Miami-Dade, which we just discussed?
well, if you look at the numbers, we don't have
Just wanted to make an announcement about Sweeney Goodman 2032. Just keep that in mind for, however many, what's that, 12 years from now?
Y'all get at least, 36 of them?
35.
35, yeah.
We won't tell him. It is going to be a big night for Donald Trump in Florida. That's for sure.
Honestly, there's not anybody who is more aware of how you win Florida in a tight race. This, Rick Scott.
Mitch McConnell securing his seat in Kentucky. Yay, I guess. I don't know.
Senate call from Kentucky. Mitch McConnell will, the incumbent, will hold on against any Democrats.
All right, well, another call from West Virginia. President Trump will take it.
President Trump in West Virginia, that's pretty obvious there. One of the most pro-Trump states, along with Oklahoma and a lot of southern states there, Mississippi, Alabama.
When managing diabetes, you can't always stop for a finger stick. I think that, I said to you last week.
So 9 p.m. polls close in 4 more states.
I think what is really happening is Trump has energized a lot of women who don't like what's happening in the country. I think seniors may split their vote.
Currently, Trump has the popular vote.
Yeah, he's still,
And he's still leading. It actually just changed. Biden's current poll tally is 12,052,197. Trump's is 12,574,075. So he's doing pretty good in the popular vote.
He's got about 500,000 more nationwide so far.
President Trump will defeat former Vice President Joe Biden in Indiana. We'll take a look at where things stand in the race to 270. As President Trump is now secured.
So it says Indiana is just called.
All right, so Indiana goes to Trump. That's 11 electoral votes there. We've got him now at 91-67. Excuse me, Biden 91, Trump 67.
I have to say, thank you, Don Miller. The cigar is smoking beautifully.
Oh, yeah?
It's,
shout out to the Don Miller Show. And hooking up Zach with a nice Monte Cristo number 2 from Cuba. And check out the Don Miller Show on YouTube, Apple Podcasts, Facebook, at thedonmillershow.com. It's a great show here in out of Ocoee, Florida. It's one of our boys we hang out with at the cigar bar every now and then. Great guy.
Great guy, down to earth. I mean, shoot, he calls me his nephew. I mean, he's family to me now.
He gave you a Cuban cigar, so there's not a bigger sign than that.
Shoot. Don't worry, I know I still owe you some food, Don. So definitely work something out, all right?
Hook him up with the cheesecake or the cheesesteak.
Cheesesteak.
I mean,
Close enough.
cheesecake.
You might like that too, yeah.
Yeah.
Alex, my mom made we call it in Albanian meze, which is like appetizer, you know.
Beautiful.
Got some fresh cold cuts, some cheese, some salamis.
Basically what we call a charcuterie board.
Yeah. But actually, basically, yeah. Just, you know, Albanians been doing it for years. Americans, just started to copy it.
Yeah, it's trendy now in America.
You know, it's funny that you mentioned crackers because my mom was like, should I just put cheese and crackers? That's what Americans do. And then
we're Albanians tonight.
Actually, no, we have to be Americans tonight.
Maybe what?
We're American tonight. We have to be.
All right, yeah. Also, if we're Albanian American.
Yeah, American.
Every home built before 1975 has cast iron pipes that are failing. Have you experienced water damage, slow drains, or water staying walls?
Lisa Gonzalez tuning in saying that we should basically camp out here because this is going to be all night.
That is fine. I'm perfectly fine with that. We have our fire over here.
Yeah, we're pretty comfy
I'll fall
over here.
asleep right here. I mean, maybe a blanket will do.
Yeah, I definitely need a blanket soon.
Actually, you want to crank up that fire right over there. This little knob. Yeah, you can just put it up all the way.
There you go.
We'll leave it right there for now. That actually is good there, right?
Yeah.
It'll be fine.
With 86% of the votes counted here in the Sunshine State, it is neck and neck. Check out these numbers. President Trump is in the lead right now with 50.4%.
What, is that scary?
That's scary, yeah.
Joe Biden not far behind with 49%.
Well, what was the vote in Florida last election?
I think it was pretty close.
No, I'm pretty sure we rocked it.
Did we really?
No, I'm pretty sure it was pretty close.
It was close. I know that.
Yeah.
I mean, when you look at the end results, it's always like,
Yeah.
but what is this?
So last election, Donald Trump and Hillary Clinton. Donald Trump had 49%. Hillary Clinton had 47%. So we actually are a little above last time.
That's true.
How is that?
Let's take a look at the congressional races. Incumbent Democrat Stephanie Murphy beat out.
Looks like we're gonna have a few more years of Stephanie Murphy.
District 7.
Unfortunately.
to 43%.
In District 9, incumbent Democrat Darren Soto defeating William Olson.
This is in the Florida House. I'm just going to talk about for our Florida viewers here. District 9, Democrat. District 7, still Democrat. District 10, Democrat.
Continue to bless our great nation. Thank you all so very much.
Still no net gains in the House or Senate. Still pretty early to tell.
Nationally, Joe Jorgensen, Libertarian Party, 0.9%.
Oh, wow. That's pretty good.
That's pretty good.
For so early in the night.
Thank God.
Dennis Lima, Seminole County Sheriff. We don't want no Orange County Sheriff coming in here and changing up everything.
Yeah.
Seminole County, I will tell you this, Seminole County Sheriff has been doing great the past 4 years. Ever since Dennis Lima was elected sheriff, he was saying you got, 0 complaints of excessive force.
Yeah.
In the 4 years. Crime has gone down, I believe, 20% in the past 4 years in Seminole County.
That's great. Yeah, so thank God Dennis Lima was reelected. Yeah, against an Orange County sheriff who's running against him, a Democrat. Orange County,
working for Orange County for 30 years.
30 years, and has, in my opinion, nothing to show for it. They have a lot of shootings over there. We'll say that. A lot of problems. Every time I see an Orange County sheriff, they're always busy doing something. But then again, when you need them, they're doing nothing. That's it's still the same, 91.67.
Be sure to come back and check in every hour. That's when things get exciting.
Yeah, 8, 9.
9 o'clock is the next big jump, I guess. It's 8:30 now, so we got about 30 more minutes before things get really exciting.
Why is
I'm
New
sure
York still?
That's what.
You're in South Carolina.
South Carolina is coming in slow. New York, I haven't seen any coverage of New York.
Yeah.
What time does their voting start?
What?
It should be the same as Florida, no?
Yeah, it's different per state. Yeah, it's different per state.
Yeah.
So 8:30, polls close in Arkansas, or Arkansas, some people like to call it.
Arkansas goes to Trump, 6 electoral votes. 71% of the votes in, so that's pretty safe to call. He's winning by, I think, 70%. So
right now, 91-73. Trump is catching up. These upper right-hand states, they do like voting early, and they like calling it early. Usually with a less than 1% vote in. I think they just, get a little trigger happy on the enter button. Which happens to us, so I get trigger happy down the range. So everyone,
as long as no one's down range, it's okay.
Yeah, everyone has their own trigger.
We've got a lot of the Midwest states coming in here soon. A lot of the mountain states are going to come in at 9. Texas is going to come in around 9. Texas is one of the big ones that we're looking forward to. Pennsylvania, we're still waiting to hear what's going on there. Georgia, I can tell you, is going to go to Trump, but according to everyone, it's still too close to call.
From the candidates, the voter participation numbers are smashing previous records. Megan Wolf with the Wisconsin Election Commission says things are running smoothly now. So 220 National Guardsmen have been activated. Don't let that alarm you. They're simply there for the manpower in the event that the poll workers need some help.
National Guard is showing up to some of these polling places in certain cities because they're just worried about things getting crazy. That's what happens when you tell your police officers to stand down and let the riots continue. People get comfortable. Oh yeah. I'll have to change too.
seeing lines that stretch for several blocks, so a lot of participation on part of the voters. For 2 days in a row here, the Election Commission has stressed that it's probably going to take a long time. They stress that if you wake up in the morning and things are taking a long time, longer than expected, it doesn't mean that there's a problem. It simply means the poll workers are stressing accuracy over speed. Sandra?
All right, Mike Tobin there in Kenosha, Wisconsin, a key state will be working throughout the evening. Mike, thank you. And as we await more results to come in, we are keeping an eye on some other important.
You gonna try to put that on there?
Fox News voter analysis. Shannon Ream is joining us live with a look at the trends that we are seeing. Shannon, good evening.
Good evening, Sandra. So we've got more data coming in from our Fox News voter analysis, focusing on two of the most important states we're all watching right now, Florida and Pennsylvania. Now, President Trump won a vote by narrow margins 4 years ago. And is aiming to keep them in the red column. He's got to have them. In Florida, the vast majority of voters say the federal government's handling of the coronavirus pandemic was a key factor in their vote.
Yeah, it's good stuff, man.
It was the single most important factor. I'm surprised, perhaps, in a state that currently ranks 9th in the nation.
So I'll run over here. I'm going to butt in real quick.
3 and 10 rate the economic downturn.
We got T-shirts. They probably can't hear me.
Oh, you know, I'm right here. Zachary Nikolai doing a plug for the Gonzo Tonight Show. On the Gonzo Tonight Show.
More than 6 in 10 Floridians want to see a focus on curbing the spread of the virus.
So right over here we have the Gonzo Tonight Show T-shirts. You can get them online. Link is
teespring.com/stores/Gonzo Tonight.
Yeah, so if you go over there, you could get your own Gonzo Tonight T-shirt. You could get a mug over there. Personally, I ordered my phone case. Should be coming soon. I'm hoping it comes sooner than they say, actually. I was hoping it came by tonight, but it didn't, But, yeah, make sure to grab your own shirt. We're all repping him over here. He's got a jacket on, so you can't really see it. But, yeah, make sure to go online, pick up a few.
Go ahead and use discount code GONZO, available until November 14th. That'll get you 20% off. We're going to be doing a lot of deals here through Black Friday, Cyber Monday, Christmas. So through the end of the year, we'll be seeing a lot of discounts for you guys. You have classic T-shirts. You have premium T-shirts. The premium is going to be a little softer. Hoodie. We're going to get our Albania shirts in here within a few days.
Oh, yeah?
So by the next podcast, you guys will be able to rep the...
Yeah, did you guys know I'm Albanian? You know that? If you haven't, make sure to grab a shirt that has my quote on there. Did you know that I'm Albanian? Said by Zachary Nikolai and every other Albanian.
But did you also know that I am Albanian?
Yeah, my brother Mark, he's Albanian too. I'd hope he's Albanian because he is my brother. Yeah, so make sure to pick up a shirt. Only offered in red and black for obvious reasons. Albanian flag is red and black.
Not to be confused with Antifa.
Yeah, definitely not Antifa.
Every Albania shirt that's bought on the Gonzo Tonight Show, a percentage of it does go to the Nikolai's college fund. So,
help me out. I am currently enrolled at UCF, aerospace engineering. It's kind of pricey. So, whatever you can do for me, help me out. I just spent my whole life savings on King Louis XIII over here. I didn't know he was still alive. I guess this is basically his, blood and sweat and tears put into a bottle. But you know what? Best blood, sweat, and tears I've ever had in my life. Personally, I think election night shouldn't have any commercials.
No.
It shouldn't be monetized.
Yeah, it shouldn't be monetized. I mean,
It's like a Super Bowl. That's how they make money.
Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah, there's no getting away from that. There's no getting away from that.
Yeah.
They should do if they're gonna do commercials, they should at least do election themed ones.
Yeah.
They do Super Bowl specific
that would be
commercials.
cool.
So they should do election commercials.
So we are voting for Biden, right?
yeah.
I was actually voting for what was that? Kanye West.
Yeah, personally, I wrote in.
You know what?
Well, what I wrote in was Kanye 2020.
Sorry, I canceled out your vote.
He's a good guy. He's the guy. He talked to the hot dog guy to tell him what to do. You know the hot dog guy, right, guys?
Yeah.
I don't see that.
The glizzy guy?
Corn dog, but.
You know the hot dog guy? Oh, it's a. Get him out of here.
Yeah, I know this one guy is a glizzy god from the Bronx.
Yeah, he's the hot dog guy.
I would rock in.
Bagel guy.
No. He sells glizzies. That's what he sells. He sells glizzies. Gets them out of the water, right? You don't know if there's rats swimming in there or what, but hey, whatever's going on in that water,
it's good.
It's good.
Water.
And
What corner is he? I want that.
the left corner.
On Arthur Ave.
They have left corners in the Bronx?
Yeah, on Arthur Avenue. You go to the left.
I usually hang it right.
Panhandle's coming in.
One thing I'm surprised about Seminole County, they have marked as blue.
Seminole County.
Is that
usually
Seminole
goes
County
blue.
there?
No, Seminole County went red last. The Seminole County is because it's the suburbs of Orlando.
They went
red 2016. They went blue in 2018 when Ron DeSantis got elected.
Come on, Seminole County, you can do better. Bree, I'm looking at you.
I was gonna say, I thought Bree doesn't vote.
Last minute change.
Let's see, we have Governor Ron DeSantis on Fox News right now.
No, he's joining us live on the Gonzo Tonight Show.
Well, the state of Florida's done. I mean, the president's almost at 300,000 votes. We Republicans won 2-1 in most of the early vote, election day vote. So we had the initial mail and early vote done. Biden was barely ahead on that. There's just no way he was going to be able to withstand the Republican onslaught on election day. And when you lose Miami-Dade by only 10 points or thereabout,
He's talking about how Miami-Dade Republican turnout was huge compared to last election. Looking at 50.8% Trump.
Yeah, and I want to kind of couple, if I can, the board with Sandra and go to Miami-Dade County, because I'd like to pull that up. It's fascinating what happened down there. There was a lot of talk, and 4 years ago, Governor, Hillary Clinton did very well in Miami-Dade County. She still lost the state. The president is doing much better than expected in Miami-Dade. What do you think of that?
Drink my Louis.
Yeah.
No, Zach spent his life savings.
I spent my life savings on it. This is a new bottle. Yeah. Yeah, just don't go look for your bottle.
African-American voters, and so I think you had huge energy for the president in Dade County this time. You didn't have it in 16, and I think whatever enthusiasm
Don't worry about it.
in 16, you have less
Let's see. No new updates as of now. No new major updates.
Yeah, we're still waiting for
Popular
votes.
vote. Trump is up 50% currently. He's about 600 and something thousand votes. Well, at least as of now, we can't argue that Biden won the popular vote.
Yeah.
You never know, though. We're going to get New York and California here soon at some point, so yeah.
California especially.
New York currently is, I don't know if you heard about this. Today, actually, New York is getting in trouble because people who were voting Republican, they said the scanners weren't working.
That's a shocker.
So they had to put their ballots in a box and they would scan them later.
Yeah, okay. So it looks like,
which,
look, there's people talking about voter fraud not being an issue, and maybe it's not a huge issue, but when it comes down to it, they're infringing on the voters' rights and, the voice of every voter. And really, it may not be a big deal nationally, but if it's a big deal in one state, that could be a major state and major player in the election. So,
yeah, exactly.
The local level really could control the national election. So, we'll see after this election. We'll see exactly what happens with voter fraud, whether it's a big deal or whether it's not. That's something we'll have to wait and see.
A lot of times the media will focus on places that Democrats gain, like in the urban part of Orlando, and they have They've done much better in Orange County than we have over the last decade. But everything around those areas.
So current Florida, Trump's at 50.8%. Biden is at 48.3%. We brought up earlier that last election against Hillary, Trump was at 49 and Hillary was at 47. So, you know, it's kind of the same. 2 percentage points off.
About 88% of the vote in your state is in so far. Appreciate your time. Thank you.
Let's bring back our panel here with us. Mark Thiessen, Kristen Soltis, Anderson, and Laura Leafy. Also, Marie Hart, Guy Benson, Lawrence Jones, and joining us this hour, Tom Bevan, Real Clear Politics co-founder and president. We should note that. And Fox News contributor Lawrence Jones. Welcome back to you all.
So I think this is funny, right? So if you go on Google Live Elections, right, they're doing it from the Associated Press. So YouTube, Fox News, all this, they have Biden at 91 and Trump at 73. But on here on Google, they have Biden at 85 and Trump at 61. So I don't know if that's an old thing, but they're also saying that Maine is actually turning red. You know, but they don't know yet. You know, but they called Maine really early.
But no, yeah, exactly. They called a lot of states for Biden early, and it may or may not change the outcome, but at least it'll get closer throughout the night. The margin will probably get a lot smaller, as they will in most states. As you know, Oklahoma was pretty close. Oklahoma, I think, was like 55-45 for Trump. And that seems a little too close for Oklahoma, but
yeah, so it's like you really have to look at every news network. You know, I'm flipping channels over here left and right to try to get a little bit of everything. You can't trust Fox News, you can't trust CNN. You know, any news network.
We went to like earlier NBC, and the margin was much closer.
It was
earlier in the night, so they're being a little more conservative about it, not calling anything too early.
Yeah, but I mean, this is a prime example where you have to, you know, look at multiple news networks, and you know, gather your thoughts about all of them. You know what I mean? You have to look at Fox News, look at MSNBC, look at CNN, look at, you know, Google, right? And then kind of piece it together, like which one. You know, which ones are they alike and which ones don't we know yet, right? So, you know, Oklahoma is red. Everyone agrees that it's red, you know.
Yeah.
But then if you look at, like, Maine, Fox is saying it's blue. Associated Press is saying it's red, or it's projected red. You know, so they could have called it, like, Massachusetts was 2% in, and it was called red for the Senate, or it was called blue for the Senate, I'm sorry. You know, with only 2% of the votes in, they're just automatically calling it.
There are certainly some polls that show Donald Trump ahead. This is not a situation where every pollster had Joe Biden winning a state, but on average, Biden has slight lead in this state. But we saw this again. Ron DeSantis was right. We've seen this repeatedly in Florida. We saw it in 2016. We saw it again in 2018. Republicans consistently outperform the polls in the state of Florida, and Chris is right. I mean,
So they're talking about Republicans outperforming polls in the state of Florida, and my girlfriend actually just texted me about this. You know, like, oh, well, she's like, Florida's winning Democrats are winning Texas, right? But Democrats are more likely to vote early, you know, younger, older, whatever. And a lot of Republicans, I mean, we voted early, right? But a lot of Republicans like waiting till election day, you know, to really secure their vote. You know, they want everything to be scanned in right there, right in front of their eyes. You know, not put in a shoebox for them to burn later. But
looking at the panhandle here, it looks like areas near Tallahassee are going blue, obviously. It's just crazy to see how so little counties can go blue, and the whole state will be like close in the popular vote, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I would laugh if Trump won the popular vote this election. They're not going to say anything about abolishing the Electoral College.
She's like, please, I love you forever, or whatever. So I'm gonna respond only if Trump wins.
We'll be here for weeks then.
We'll be here.
Than they are in Georgia or North Carolina, as you head west. I'd say a little bit more very anti-socialism, obviously.
I'm gonna put, if Trump wins, I'll pay for his Uber.
Washington,
No, there's a
D.C.
restroom
are
bathroom.
going to
No, the one. No.
Biden, obviously.
There's a restroom. Go around that corner first on your right. Careful with wires. Wires.
I knew it was going to be wire. I thought it was going to be farther away.
Worse than Alex, our guy. Not this Alex, my nephew Alex. Right. Put up your hands, left, right. It's going to be the one that doesn't look like an L. Don't turn them like this. Look at them like you got time. Second grade. I'll shoot you. That is a joke. I wanted to point that out. I'm sorry. Yeah, you're right. Biden is elected. I won't have a gun.
Oh, he's got to take it first.
Well, actually, I don't know if you knew this. I went on a boating trip, right? Fishing trip.
You took all the guns, right?
I took all the guns. We went shooting in the ocean. You were with us. Yeah.
In the ocean?
Yeah,
remember we took a boating trip in the ocean.
Yeah.
We brought all our guns. We went shooting over there. It was actually pretty cool.
You got a little
oh
choppy,
my
right?
God, it got so choppy.
Crazy.
You remember there was a sailboat flipped. We lost everything.
Well, that's your fault for saying, let's go on a sailboat. Like,
I thought it was cool. I see people sail all the time. And
but you know,
I know I've never sailed. I pulled the cord too. I don't even know what it's called. The the rope that you control the sail.
Yeah.
Pulled it too hard. We flipped. I actually ended up getting the iPhone 12 because it flipped. We lost everything, all our guns, all of our phones, our wallets. Thank God I just got a new wallet too for my birthday.
Beautiful wallet.
Yeah. I'm just kind of pissed off about the guns. I guess I gotta go in debt now.
Yeah.
But
I was gonna buy more, but I mean, if Biden gets elected, there's no point.
Yeah, they're just gonna take them. So I'll just cut my losses.
We'll use knives.
Yeah.
For self-defense or tasers or pepper spray until those become illegal.
Well, knives are for cooking. They're cooking knives.
You're right.
Yeah.
You're right. Self-defense is really like, who needs it?
Well, you could always carry a bow and arrow on you.
Just in case, like, the apocalypse comes.
So Missouri, 10 votes in, and they called it for Trump. So
amazing.
That just popped up.
10 votes in. 10% or 10 votes?
No, it's a 10.
Oh
it's just a 10. It said votes 10, and then
Missouri?
It said.
Huh. Missouri's not really usually a clear-cut state, though. They usually go blue, I think.
I don't know.
How do I know?
How's your PBR?
What? My what?
Your PBR.
PBR.
Pass blue ribbon while you're drinking.
Oh, that is good. I just came from the bathroom. I was like, what the hell is it? Like, piss. What's up?
I'm looking at the certain states from my phone. So Georgia, Trump's winner right now.
We got Conor McGregor. On a commercial.
In Georgia, Trump has 55.9% of the vote at 793,000. Joe Biden at 43.1 at 611,000. This is Georgia. You got 55.9.
Oh, nice. Who the fuck is Joe Jordan? Oh, no.
It's the Libertarian Party.
Who the hell wastes their votes on that?
So before I lost all my guns in the ocean, right? I bought something called an X grip, which is like a magazine. It's a little grip, like extension for your pinky, for one of my pistols. And I was wondering, I bought express shipping, right? Then a month later, it still didn't ship. I'm curious what the hell's going on, Next thing I know, I looked at the company. They're in California, right? And they were still in orders from September because they're backed up. A gun shop in California, probably the only one.
Yeah.
So I don't blame them for being backed up. I decided not to cancel my order. I know they're probably the only Republicans in California. So yeah, I'd like to support them a little bit.
How old did you order it?
A little while ago.
Yeah. What you said?
When will we? She's like, when will we find out? You know, it's funny. I noticed today on the Don Miller show, you mentioned that you remember in 4th grade when Obama's election. And you know, it's funny. Was it 4th? I thought it was 5th grade. It might have been.
I'm pretty sure it's 5th
Pretty sure it was 5th grade because, and I'll tell you why I know it was 5th grade. I was running for treasury at Highlands Elementary.
Did you win?
I lost,
Damn.
but the only reason I lost
Voter
was
fraud.
I had it was voter fraud, of course. But no, the only reason I lost was when I did my speech, I forgot to say my name.
No.
I did my speech. It was a beautiful speech, probably one of the best speeches ever spoken.
Some may say.
Some may say.
I still listen to that speech.
Yeah, so it's actually my motivation. That's what's getting me through engineering.
Can you recite the speech?
I will recite the speech when Donald Trump wins.
Okay.
It's
a good time.
Hopefully you'll be drunk enough where you don't remember. Anyway, so Obama was against, it wasn't Mitt Romney, it was it Mitt Romney?
No, it was McCain.
McCain, John McCain, right? Yeah. McCain Palin, that's who it was. That first election. And I remember I was laying down on this couch over here, right? We have 3 couches in a big U. I was laying down on my right couch and I had an iPod Touch at the time, right? And I remember refreshing on Google and then I remember when Florida went blue, I was pissed. And I had no idea what it meant. I just saw it went blue. Blue's my favorite color. I saw it went blue and I got pissed because, you know what? You know, I was, raised that it needs to go red. And it went blue. And then I was upset. And then I remember when Mitt Romney was fake. Yeah, Romney Ryan. Mitt Romney is kind of people in the Republican Party don't really like him anymore. He kind of turned his back on the president.
And the American people.
Which is even worse. You could turn your back on one person, but you turn your back on millions of people. It's harmful to society. But yeah, I thought it was so funny when you mentioned that because I remember doing that.
Yeah.
I remember refreshing it. I remember everyone's like, oh, who do you want to win? Like in elementary school. Just because we hear from our parents, we hear from our older brothers. Or
I noticed for a fact though, the next election when Obama was getting reelected, that was 8th grade. I know for a fact that was 8th grade. So
4th grade would have been.
Yes.
Yeah. That makes sense. Yeah, I agree with that. I think that's more accurate.
Yeah, so.
It's only 4th, 5th grade.
Explain yourself.
I don't know. I was in 5th grade. I don't know if,
No. You know what? It would have been November, so it would have been 5th grade.
Yeah, it would have been 5th grade. It was November.
Okay, yeah.
Wait, no. Wait, no, that's only 4th grade.
We'll have to go through the
I'm going to go through my yearbook.
Yeah.
All right, guys, go ahead and leave a comment on the live stream or go ahead and message me through Instagram or Twitter and let us know what you think about the election, what's going on. We'd love to talk to you and enjoying some company with some good friends, some cigars, some good whiskey.
Cognac.
Just ignore that. A good cognac, excuse me.
Yeah, it would have been 4th grade.
4th grade? Okay.
No, 4th grade. I guess I ran for treasury in 4th grade. You're supposed to be in 5th grade.
That's why you lost. It's because you ran.
That's why I lost. That was the wrong year.
Texting my friend, I was just like, Trump needs to move to Texas. Ooh, Texas moved on the farms.
Well, no point moving to Texas because apparently they're swing state right now.
Yeah, apparently.
If they go blue, bro, I don't even know how to go left anymore.
Texas ain't going blue.
You know why?
There's a USB right here.
Do you know why it's probably
What's that?
One right here.
That'd be better.
You know why I think it's a swing state? Maybe I'm wrong. But I've heard that all these Californians are moving to Texas.
Yeah, but
that's why.
We talked about this last night. Go ahead, Zach.
Okay. Continue.
Is it charging?
No.
No. Try unplugging your phone real quick.
No.
Sorry. I could get an extension cord over here. Put it on.
So we're talking about last night? Texas, California.
Yeah, the whole blue voters moving to red states.
Well, so like all these blue voters, right, from California or even New York move to Florida. They'll move to these states, but like these states have been pumping ads and stuff where, hey, you moved from a blue state, don't bring your blue policies here, right? Like vote red.
Yeah,
if you're gonna, So like, a lot of them
That's not
move.
gonna change. I don't think it's gonna change.
No, you're right, but a lot of them that moved, right, moved within the last month or two. And to change your address, to get a new ID, to be able to vote in Texas, right? California may not need a thing to vote, but you might not need an ID to vote. But in Texas, you do. You know what I mean? Florida, you do. You need a state ID to vote. So most of them probably filled out absentee ballots or requested a
yeah, well, too, if you move there, you got to live there for X amount of months.
Yeah, before you're able to vote in the
you
election.
can't just move there and then like vote
Yeah, that makes sense. That
2
makes
months
sense.
later or whatever.
Yeah. Otherwise, people would,
Moving back and forth.
Yeah, be moving back and forth. You know what I mean?
But too, if they're smart, too, the people that are leaving like states like California and New York, they're leaving for a reason, and they're realizing that the policies over there, when it comes to taxes and just the overall cost of living, is insane. So, I guess you're right. So, those people leaving California and New York are probably going to vote red if they haven't already. So it really wouldn't change much. There might still be, of course, some people that come over here and vote blue just because that's what they do. But yeah, overall, like you said, it shouldn't change much.
Just be careful with it. Yeah. It's like $300.
Cool as fuck.
So they really use guitar
9
wood?
o'clock. Let's see what happens.
Well, like I don't know if it's I don't think it's wood, but they're sponsored by the. It's not wood, but
Yeah.
it's sponsored by the guitar company. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Fender's good brand.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, these are very sleek, man. These are nice.
I
And even though they're small, like you feel the quality in them.
Yeah, it feels sturdy.
Arizona.
And it's still got like a decent weight to it, which is good.
The problem is that you don't have as much gas in it.
Yeah, I don't think they filled it though. They might have. I don't know.
Is this your first time using it?
No.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I've used it. What? We kept using it the other night. You know what I mean?
I mean, your birthday was what, 2 days ago?
It was on Sunday, but then we went to Corona and then used it over there. I used it for my candle. I used it. Plus, we're all playing with it. I'm showing a lot of people. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
For sure. How many viewers we got right now?
Currently 4.
Does it show like the max or like
I think no, I'll have to look into it later. It says 73 playbacks. I don't know exactly what that means.
Yeah.
But
It could be like something like going back and forth.
yeah, average watch time, we're at 5:17 here. Right now, 9 o'clock. Not seeing a lot of whole movement here. Michigan currently, Trump is leading 57%. Texas, I saw Biden was currently leading 50%. Still too early to call. Kansas, we've got Biden 51%. Still too early to call. Louisiana goes to Trump. Nebraska goes to Trump.
So at what point do they call Florida?
No, it said Michigan was won by Trump. That's what they're saying right now.
They're saying.
I thought that's what it said.
I don't think they
No.
gave it to him officially.
Oh, okay.
Wyoming for Trump, though.
No, Michigan still has a lot of states that haven't got in yet.
North Dakota going for Trump, 59%. 9% of the votes in, so it's still a little early.
I'm seeing hella red, but
South Dakota,
barely
70% Trump.
Barely any votes.
They're projecting now New York goes to Biden.
They was still a popular vote.
Yeah, we still got it.
However, there's no votes showing up right now. Colorado going to Biden. New Mexico too early to call.
Texas and Florida, I feel like it would be like.
So let's take a look at the race to 270. Put it up on the screen. You see right there, Joe Biden with 129, the president with 94.
Right now, Joe Biden, it looks like we're going to have 129 and Trump 94.
He currently just won Colorado and New York, which we expected. So that kind of pushed him over the 100 mark.
Still waiting on Florida, Georgia, Pennsylvania, Michigan. He's leading, but we'll see.
So polls just closed. Too early to call in Texas, Arizona, Michigan, Minnesota.
Colorado's incumbent Democratic governor was reelected. Good margin, 69%.
69 is a good number.
Arizona, practically no votes counted right now. Their incumbent governor is a Republican. Michigan, however, Republican John James is doing 58% in Michigan for the Senate race. So.
It's great to get your views on what's going on, Senator. Give us an idea. If you look at the stage, you look at the Electoral College, that big chessboard, what are your first thoughts?
As you'll see here in a minute, we're going to get an update. Biden 129, Trump 94. Still waiting on these big states to come in on the East Coast.
Secondly, I think this is going to come down to the middle of the country, like we've always said. I think we have a really good chance of winning in North Carolina right now. I've been saying that all day, that that's the one to watch. And who knows about...
Hopeful Senator Amy Klobuchar says that North Carolina is going to go blue. I highly doubt that.
Arizona and some of the other ones he mentioned. But I do want to focus on the Midwest here. Polls are closing. We've got Joe Biden ahead.
How many votes is California?
California, it's like 50 something.
And what, Texas, like 20 or 30?
If he wins those four states,
I think it's higher.
Really?
38.
I think a lot of the focus right now in the next hour or so should be on those four states. We may not
Blue?
Yeah.
Well, yeah. What? Well, they called it without calling any
They
of
called
the-
New York for Biden. Yeah, New York.
Yeah, they didn't release any votes
Practically no
yet.
votes yet.
Yeah, not yet, yeah.
But they called it already.
Yeah, Texas is leading Joe Biden right now. 25%.
Yeah, on Google, yeah.
0.5%.
Yeah, but
It's only
not all the counties are in yet.
cities. Austin, Houston, San Antonio. Those are all blue. Everything else is red right now.
and get this virus behind us.
Senator, if you can sort of take us through in deeper detail the scenario that you're playing out, because we're getting a good look at what is happening in the state of Florida, obviously a key battleground in this race. And right now, with nearly 90% of the total in, it does show that
And California, we don't know about California.
No, we don't know yet.
Are they behind us or ahead of us?
Behind. 3 hours.
Kanye West at the polls today. I wonder who he voted for.
Looking at Minnesota, obviously, Wisconsin and Michigan.
You know he wrote in Kanye West? That's not his legal name, right?
Probably not.
No, it's Kanye something West. That is his legal name.
As long as he wrote his middle name.
Yeah, he did write his middle name. His middle name starts with an H, I think.
Listen, I endorsed him. His strong emphasis on made in America and manufacturing. And here's one thing. In the Midwest, a lot of us are tired of all the divide. I don't care if they're Republicans, independents, or Democrats, and that's really a common cause in the middle of the country. They just want a government that's got their backs. They work hard. They want a government that works hard for them. And that is going to end up, if Joe Biden takes the Midwest, as I believe he's going to, potentially even Ohio, Iowa's close as well. I think that's going to be the story of the night.
Let's say for the sake of argument that he doesn't take Iowa, doesn't take Ohio, and you said that you believe that the Democrats could also pick on North Carolina. If that doesn't happen, maybe it's not enough for just the Rust Belt states to go to Joe Biden. Is there another state that you believe he might have to pick on?
Well, he's competitive in so many states. You mentioned them. Texas, Arizona, I believe he'll win Nevada. And a lot of polls have him up in Arizona. But I really...
Amy Klobuchar talking about the polls. I think that, as we've learned, the polls are very unreliable, as we learned last election. Stuff like this, you just got to wait and see what happens, really.
So Florida currently 90% reporting is at 51.2%, and Trump, and then Biden's at 47.9%.
So that margin is getting bigger.
How many go through?
90%.
90% reporting.
That's good news for us.
Yeah, Georgia reporting still at 35%. 56.7% Trump, 42% Biden. Iowa, they're expecting results around 10 o'clock. Nevada, they're expecting results around 10 o'clock.
So by midnight we should know, right?
Yeah, usually, by like 11
there's
midnight.
usually a clear-cut idea around 11 or 12.
Well, he came, again, he is leading by example. I'll give you one example. The president's last visit to Minnesota, he went there a lot. And I think that Joe Biden's going to win Minnesota. I've made that very clear. But his last visit was to Rochester Clinic,
Talking about rallies. Biden obviously going to a lot less states. Amy Klobuchar joining us with a discussion right now. She's talking about how Biden's message resonated with voters more, despite Trump going to more states. If we look at the rallies, though, tell me how many people showed up to Biden rallies, and then tell me how many people showed up to Trump rallies.
Yeah, I mean, it's crazy. Trump rallies are massive.
We had, 50-something thousand in a Pennsylvania rally recently. Florida, when we were in Stanford, that was got to be 20, 30,000 people.
It was insane, yeah.
In that small little airport there. Biden's message to the voters, I think, is just, it doesn't resonate with voters. I think that, even when he gets sentences out, it's just...
If he can get them out.
If he can get out a sentence, I mean, then it's like, even his message still is like, all about, we're going to raise taxes. I admitted it many times. Pennsylvania, big energy states, he's talking about banning fracking and then going back and saying he never said that. So his message is all over the place. And Kamala Harris, I feel like a lot of voters are not going to vote for Biden strictly because of Kamala Harris, one of the most left-leaning politicians of our time.
So one thing to look at, the state of Florida, right? We have our amendments that need to be passed. Amendment 1, clear victory, citizenship required to vote. That's 75% reporting, but they called it for a yes, you do need a citizenship and to vote. Amendment 2, raise minimum wage. That one is a very close 80% reporting, 61% yes currently.
For Amendment 2?
Amendment 2, which is raising minimum wage, which is kind of scary.
We're going to talk about that in a minute. Zach Nash leaving a comment here. He said that if you want some alone time, go to a Biden rally.
That's true. I mean, you'll have your own circle, and you'll probably be the only one there in a circle.
Yeah.
I mean,
apparently, Obama hosting a lot of rallies in support of Biden. practically no one showed up. I think it's embarrassing that a former president can hold a rally and have practically no one show up. But as you were just saying, Zach, Amendment 2 here in Florida, talking about raising the minimum wage, what is it, to $1 every year starting in 2021?
It raises it from the $8.50 something, $8.56, currently to $10 in 2021. And then instead of raising, currently we have a pretty good system in Florida, it raises due to inflation. So if inflation's 3 or 4%, it will raise to that. You know what I mean? Because that's how stuff goes. Right. You know what I mean? Stuff raises with inflation. But what they want to do is raise it to $10 an hour in 2021, then raise it $1 a year, which is way over inflation. Raise it $1 a year until it hits $15 an hour. Then after that, go back to our current system, which could devastate the Florida economy, could lay off more people than it already has in Disney, which is a big part of Florida. Small businesses would be ruined, because they wouldn't be able to afford a staff. Even McDonald's have come out and said, there's no point in us paying, a high school dropout $15 an hour. It would kill them. I mean, that's why they came out with those automated, the touch screens.
I think what we're going to see is a lot of price raises in a lot of restaurants.
Well, yeah, I mean,
stores.
I would expect a price raise at least, once it hits $10 an hour, at least a $2 price raise for, hey, that slice of pizza you bought was $2, now it's going to be $4. That pizza that was $17.99 is going to be $20.99. Everything's just going to raise up. A bottle of Coke, you get it for $1, now it's going to be $3. Everything is going to raise up to where it is, where it's like, why raise minimum wage to that point when everything around it is going to raise up also? There's no point to it. It's gonna hurt more people than help it, because people are gonna, especially big businesses, they're gonna try to compensate for the money that they're losing.
Slight lead at this point. Still awaiting those to come in. You zone in on some of those key counties that she just mentioned. Mecklenburg County, North Carolina. That's the marker by which Joe Biden is leading in that county. But right away, to Kristen's point, you go to the surrounding counties, and Donald Trump's got a significant lead.
South Carolina, looking at 67% Trump.
And we're seeing that pattern. We saw it in Florida, the Panhandle. If it happens in North Carolina now,
a lot of voter turnout in rural counties, which is usually not the case, but a lot more people voting in general. I think we're going to see the total number of votes skyrocket. Like Mark was saying, biggest voter turnout since, what was it,
1908.
1908, that's huge. And as Zach was saying earlier, we passed, a while back, we passed the voter turnout for 2016. Obviously, huge voter turnout this election. I think it's going to be one of the most historic elections we see tonight, or we see ever.
So one thing to talk about is, Washington, D.C., California, New York, all these places are boarding up their businesses, right? They're putting plywood on all their businesses over there, and it's because they don't want riots to happen, when Trump gets reelected, you know what I mean? And a lot of people have been putting on social media, on, Twitter, on everything, they're like, oh, well, the Republicans are the ones that are going to be rioting. They're the ones that are going to break into places, which we've never seen that happen before.
Yeah.
We've never heard of most people that are rioting and breaking in are Democrats, you know what I mean? Like Antifa.
worry, flushing too much toilet paper will back up our system. But Dad, Relax contains billions of enzymes proven to break down even paper to help keep your whole septic system healthy. For paper, grease, or waste break
We got a question over here. What's our take if Trump loses Pennsylvania? How devastating would that be for him? And personally, I don't think he's going to lose Pennsylvania. It may be close, but if he was to lose Pennsylvania, I'm not entirely sure that would hurt him too much electoral votes wise. Bless you. If he loses one swing state, I feel like, well, one of the main swing states, as we know. Not this map that says, like...
Texas.
Yeah. 2016, there was like 5 swing states. Florida, Pennsylvania, I think Michigan became a swing state. So I think Pennsylvania for Trump is going to be, of course he's going to need that to help him win, but I'm not too worried about it. Trump with 12 states secured, Biden with 11.
I think things look good for the president, certainly in some of those early key battleground states.
Sarah, stand by if you will. We have some breaking news coming in with the Fox News channel.
All right, Sarah, thank you. Fox News Divinity Desk can now project at this hour that Democrats will retain control of the House of Representatives and expand their majority by at least 5 seats. This is a major boost for Democratic House Speaker Nancy Pelosi, who has pledged to roll back much of Trump's first-term agenda if he loses re-election. So that just coming in as we continue to watch the results of the roll on.
They're saying Democrats, they believe, will retain the House. 39-56. 56 going to Republicans so far.
Looking at these battlegrounds, the path to 270, what do you see happening based on what you're hearing from the Trump campaign tonight?
Certainly, again, like I said a few minutes ago, both Florida, Georgia, North Carolina are performing well for the president. He is outperforming, I think, a lot of projections with Hispanics, which is very good for the president, not just in Florida, but across the country. And so I think Pennsylvania is going to be a key and important state.
So far, we are looking at pretty close race overall.
In the last couple weeks, there's been a lot of energy and
Both the presidency, the House. The Senate, I'm not hearing much about, but
efforts come through, but I think it's certainly going to be a key state to watch tonight. And so far, the numbers have looked good for the president in these key early battleground states.
Yeah, we just had moments ago Senator Amy Klobuchar on. She was talking about the Midwestern battleground states, the Rust Belt. She believes the Biden campaign will do extremely well there. Are you getting any information about those states?
and looks like the mainstream media is now cutting it down.
Moving on to Pennsylvania, what do you hear?
Several of those states, certainly Ohio, Pennsylvania, is energy independence. I think the
Yeah, still waiting on Ohio too. That's a big one when it comes to energy. Michigan, I'm waiting for them to call Michigan because Trump was coming in pretty heavy with the votes there. Wisconsin, Minnesota, still waiting on those. It's still pretty early in the night. We're here looking at 9:20 here. Crazy to believe that it's only been an hour and a half almost. And we could be here all night, folks. So go ahead and get some coffee, and we'll wait and see what happens. I'm sure that we will hear a victory speech at some point tonight, at least for entertainment purposes. But
across this country that are really stepping up and pushing the president over the top. I also think that Hispanic
popular vote, Trump still 50.3%, Biden at 48.4%.
Obviously is a huge focus. As we look at some of these areas across the country, we get some voter analysis that's coming in. Sarah, what ultimately do you believe is going to be the key?
Everyone in the mainstream media tonight is choking up. I don't know if you've noticed that. I don't know if they're nervous or what, but
I mean, you've been choking a little bit too. You know what I mean?
I have. I think that's the alcohol. I'll be honest with you.
Right.
That King Louis.
40 minutes to the next one.
I think once 9:30 rolls around, we might see some more states close, but 10 o'clock is the next big I'll tell you one thing though, I'm not waiting around for Hawaii.
I mean, yeah, Hawaii's gonna go red, right?
Well, that'll be 2 a.m. I think when the polls are announced.
Yeah, we'll just have your sister text you.
Sounds like a mountain lion. Yeah, that sounded weird.
What was that?
It sounded like a could be a lot of exhaust. I don't know, but that sounded like an animal.
It did, right?
Too bad we
We've had
lost
some
all our
Bobcats
guns in that
around
boating accident.
What is it?
We lost all our guns in a boating accident.
I think one thing that everybody in this country learned in 2016, and he's proven it every single day since he got elected, is never underestimate Donald Trump.
Ryan McCaffrey joining us in the live stream. Good to see you. Let us know if you have any comments on the election, any questions. We'd love to talk to you about what's going on right now. Still pretty early in the night. I think once we get to 10:30, 11, we're going to see a lot of results coming in, and we'll get a good idea of how close this election is or how far apart of the margin there is. We'll see.
You know Chantel's in Sanford?
Say again?
Have you heard of Chantel's in Sanford?
No.
She's having like free food and drinks for the watch party.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Well, so are we. It's a private event, but...
Who?
Chantel, she has a restaurant called Chantel's.
Oh, yeah?
I'm pretty sure, I don't know, I actually don't know who face is. She's black, but she, like,
yeah.
she's a business owner.
Jason's thing's gonna be going on all night.
Say again?
Jason's thing's gonna be going on all night. Because it looked like he won his election, so.
Oh, okay.
In the market for a luxury vehicle? Well, shopping has never been easier. Visit us online at lexusorlando.com.
Still waiting on the half-hour mark. Big updates coming at 10 o'clock. We'll probably see some stuff close at 9:30. Still waiting on Pennsylvania. I haven't heard anything about Pennsylvania yet.
Nope.
Something about them is
it's still pretty early there.
What is it?
It's still pretty early there. I'm looking at the votes right now.
They actually count the what is it? They count the
It's always red, but it's always
votes on election night before they count the early votes.
Those are like all rural, probably.
These are rural and these are more.
That's probably why they're coming in a little slower tonight. We'll see the election night votes come in first, and then we'll see the early votes come in later. So that might be why they're being delayed. Florida still too close to call, as they say. Most likely going to go red. Georgia's going to go red, still too close to call, they say. South Carolina, I'm not sure why I'm seeing... I think they're just pretty slow on counting the votes, but it's big leads for Trump there. North Carolina still waiting. Ohio, I haven't heard anything about Ohio yet, but that's another big one. Michigan, I'm still waiting to see Michigan because Trump was leading pretty big there.
Florida's leading about 300,000.
Okay, so he's maintaining that 300,000 margin.
Yep.
After just over, he has 51, and then Biden has 48.
300,000 vote lead for Trump in Florida, as Adam was saying.
93% reported right now.
Beautiful.
President Trump is increasing his lead. Trump has 51% compared to
51% of the popular vote for Trump.
Dang, that's crazy. I would have never expected that.
Still early, but still.
Yeah, no,
very early.
Even still though. I guess once California comes, it's going to skyrocket for Biden.
Yeah.
I don't know, because the thing about...
Remember last time, same thing happened. Miller was winning throughout the whole election, and then the key states came in. And,
That's true. The thing about California is you only have those three major counties that vote blue, like LA and San Francisco. And so the popular vote in California could be close, and it really won't affect the overall votes in the nation. So.
Race for the District 9 state Senate seat, Republican Jason Miller is tied with Democrat Patricia Sigmund. They both have 39% of the vote. So that's hopeful news in the presidential election.
A lot of incumbents getting re-elected here.
It's like a spicy food.
It's pretty good.
That
It's
is
a
some
little
spicy cheese.
Yeah, it is a little spicy.
What is that?
Oh, it's like some. Oh, it's like spicy Gouda or Monterey Jack or something.
Yeah,
like
good
that.
cheese.
Spicy.
Yeah.
I don't think spicy that well.
Amendment 2 is the fight for 15. It would raise the state's minimum wage incrementally until reaching $15 an hour in 2026.
Amendment 2, minimum wage, we were talking about earlier, still 61% yes.
That's great.
So, yeah, you might get a raise, but
Also might get fired.
you might get fired. Inflation is going to go up, and cost of living in general is going to go up. So we're basically speeding up the inflation rate if this passes. I swear when it comes to amendments, actually, there was the amendment here in Florida that said it needs to pass 2 elections.
2, yeah.
In order to be a law. I think that would be a good thing because a lot of people, when it comes to the amendments, they don't really look into it and they see increased minimum wage, let's vote for it, without knowing anything about the repercussions of it. You got my little cousin Liam on here. He wants us to explain the colors of on the map. Basically,
good.
Adam says red, good, blue, bad. Basically, red is Republican and Trump is the Republican. Blue is Democrat. That would be Biden.
Yellow.
So on election night, red is our favorite color.
Yeah.
For
Yellow.
personal reasons, blue is our favorite color.
Yellow.
Yellow, yeah. Talking about yellow basically means that it's a close. The state is going to be a close call. It could go either way. Senate here, it looks like net gains in the Senate is now +1 for Democrats, still 0 for Republicans. Still early in the night.
It's still the same.
No, I just want to see the colors.
43 in the Senate for
Oh, this
Democrats.
is show the colors I got.
37 for Republicans.
See, it's creepy out. I guess.
House, 62 Republicans, 39 Democrats. They still believe that the Democrats are going to retain the
yeah.
House.
Emma said she has to leave a comment on the stream. Too.
As election night 2020
She's like, Alex, ask me to leave a comment, and I'll talk to you guys soon.
Nevada and Utah. But here's what President Trump and former Vice President Joe Biden
9:30.
right now in some key states that
See if there's any updates here.
Fox News decision desk has not yet called that race. It's still too early to call the race in Pennsylvania.
And here is a look. So far, the vote in 13.
Finally seeing some stuff in Pennsylvania. It looks like Biden's in the lead, 53% in Pennsylvania with only 13% of the votes in.
North Carolina, about 80,000 more.
Georgia, 56 for Trump.
Decision desk can now project that Democrats will retain control of the House of Representatives and expand their majority by at least 5 seats.
And we'll have more on that coming up. Let's take a look meanwhile where things stand. The path to 270. That's what it's all about tonight.
Results have been coming in, and the Fox News decision desk has been able to make some calls. You look at this, for over 270, 27 states so far have been called. You've got the totals right there. Joe Biden,
27 states have been officially called. We're still at 129.94. 129 for Biden.
41 or so, the president with 94. We still have not heard calls in the states of Florida and North Carolina and South Carolina. Somewhat surprising so far, but we have gotten a call in some of the Midwestern states down there. We see that we're obvious going to, or some of the lower states obviously going to the president there, and Joe Biden, some of the states that he picked off in the Northwest, Northeast are also being given to him. So some of the things right now, standard. We knew this was going to happen. We're still waiting for the, and this is kind of surprising, the national popular vote, the Republicans are leading by 3.5 points, they're saying, which
about Trump still leading in the popular vote. The difference is almost 800,000, so he's leading by 800,000 votes in the national popular vote here at the 9:30 hour.
As we watch that through the evening, we keep the gold states there are those battleground states that we're watching the path to 270. Obviously,
Let's see here.
Georgia's also leading 300,000.
the states that have been called for Donald Trump. So we are
The House now, for Democrats, they have a net gain of 1. We're looking at 40 seats for Democrats and 63 for Republicans. Not much change there. Republicans need 17 seats to gain control of the House. So that's a pretty big thing to ask for. North Carolina is still pretty close. They got Biden at 50%. Ohio coming in now. They've got Biden at 50%. 66% of the votes in. Pennsylvania, we're now seeing it seems like it's Biden 57. Texas neck and neck, 49% for each. Wisconsin going to Trump, 56% so far. Arizona still pretty early. We don't have results here yet. Florida, 51 for Trump still.
Americans up and down Florida, and the Trump campaign feels confident that the president has been able to do better with those voters tonight. And so this really could be one of those emerging storylines that we see throughout the night.
Talking to Brody last night at Corona, remember he was saying that there's two ways it could start. Either Trump is starting to... What's up? Oh, that's good. Okay. Either Trump is winning big at first and then it slowly starts to get closer, or it's the opposite. Looks like he's losing and then it starts coming back. That's what it looks like. We're seeing that now. He's starting on the low end, but as votes come in, we might see that change.
In both North Carolina and Ohio. These are two states that President Trump had been campaigning in quite a bit in the final days before Election Day, and right now the Trump campaign really poring over that data, trying to see exactly which way.
As we were talking about earlier, we got a comment here from Fran Gonzalez. Minority Hispanic voters making a difference in Florida, Cubans, Venezuelans, and such. We talked about that earlier, and it is true. And last election, like we said, Hillary Clinton had about 85% of the vote in Miami-Dade.
Yep.
Now it's very close. We've got Biden with only 58%. That makes a huge difference when it comes to the popular vote in Florida. Ohio coming close now, 50% Biden. Trump slowly making his way up. Pennsylvania, Biden has gone down to 57%. Trump is catching up. Texas now, 49.5 for Trump. Wisconsin, 53.4 for Trump.
Yeah, on the Hispanic voters, I mean, they really came out and, supported Trump this time around. But they realized that, like, especially in Cuba, people escaped Cuba to leave communism, socialism, these views that Joe Biden would put into place. So they kind of, they did a great job showing them, like the Trump administration did a great job showing them, like, listen, this is what we won't do. We won't do this like your country did. We believe in, free thought and free speech, and, we want you to keep all your human rights, unlike Cuba that stripped them.
I think a lot of them are seeing like things that are happening in Democrat-run states like California and New York, where the governors are almost like dictators, telling people they can't open their businesses and things like that.
Coronavirus, actually, we haven't touched on that yet. Still trying to see if, and we'll probably have to see this in the coming days, but how the coronavirus and Democrats and Republicans, how that affected their vote. Like you were saying, with the lockdowns and stuff, in cities where lockdowns are heavy, is that going to affect the votes? Places like LA, where they're locked down for almost 9 months now, and are they going to get angry and turn on their Democrat officials? So we'll see what happens there. Michigan, currently at 57% for Trump, maintaining a steady lead there. Still too close to call, as they say, or still too early to call. If any of you watched my recent episode, I did mention that the mainstream media, much like in 2016, really, they're going to do their best to make it appear as if Biden is holding a lead. What that means is partially they're going to be calling states for Biden a lot earlier than they'll call states for Trump. So a lot of it's going to be in the later hours. We'll see what's really going on, and possibly in the next few days or so, as they say. But a lot of it is, the narrative, how they're running it.
Hey, hungry at him?
At the end of the day, the results will speak for themselves. Is anyone eating pizza yet?
I had one slice. Yeah, just walk inside, grab. There's 2 boxes.
All right.
If you go in that fridge, pass out some water bottles. Somewhere in there.
I see you found the snacks. Delicious. I need this recipe. Everyone thinks I made them, but it's actually not. What's that?
Alright, so yeah, every website's freaking different. Because I looked at somebody who posted 30 minutes ago. 30 minutes ago we had, Trump was at 90 something and Biden was at like 120 something.
Yeah, so every
Well, 30 minutes ago on this person's website, the kid on some story, it's 63-48.
Yeah, so
that's half the numbers that are.
Yeah, well, what happens is like the news networks are the ones that call it, right? So, you'll have Fox News calling all these people. You have YouTube calling these people. You have
This is CBS right now.
Yeah, CBS calling different people. So, the places that Fox News will call, a lot of times they might call them early. Versus like other places like to wait till it's like a for sure sort of thing. You want some?
All right. Thanks again, Giovanni's, for sponsoring this live stream. 5 locations all across 417.
Alright, thanks, Trace. A lot more data coming in from that Fox News voter analysis. It is unique, only we have it. And of course, a strong economy is incumbent. It's important to an incumbent president running for re-election. So check this out. Nationally, 41% say the economy is in excellent or good shape. But as you know, the president is elected state by state. So check out the dark green on our big map here shows where at least half the voters rate the economy positively. Now, that could be good news for the president there. But let's look at 2 states where President Trump squeaked out a win.
Nationally, we're looking at 41% of voters believe that the economy is doing good.
Minnesota as well. But first, let's look at Michigan. Voters there have a pretty so-so view when it comes to the economy. But about
Michigan, they believe that 43% is excellent good. 57% say not so good. However, as we saw last, Trump is leading Michigan 57%. So
15 an hour thing. So by 2021, it's going to raise to 10 an hour. And then $1 every year after that.
9 in 10 voters there say the economic downturn was a factor in their vote. Similar sentiment.
No, 80% reporting it's 60-40 right now. 40 is climbing a lot.
Oh, yeah. That passed.
No, it didn't pass yet.
You didn't pass yet.
Right now it's so Amendment 2, State of Florida raising minimum wage. It's currently 5,591,867 votes for yes, 3,683,159 for no. So that's an exact 60-40.
It needs to pass by how much?
It needs to pass by 60.
Okay.
So that's like the margin right there. But if it if it goes up 1%, then it won't pass. Which we're hoping for. But Republican voters always vote day of. There's probably still people at the polls.
probably, yeah, because as long as you get there before 7, They're not supposed to turn you away.
Yeah,
they can't
if you're
turn you
online,
away.
they can't turn you away.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's true. We'll see. I guess.
Doesn't matter how long it takes for the line.
It could take 24 hours if the line is long enough. But if you're in there by 7 o'clock, they cannot turn you away.
So too, we were looking at Seminole County currently blue, but of course, as we were just saying, we could see that change as well.
Yeah, he's been eating all this. Yeah, I told him. Yeah. A lighter.
Is there one piece left?
There's some salami,
yeah,
prosciutto or capicola.
There's one sausage left.
Where's my treat?
I gave her some.
Where's my treat?
I think Trump is there you go. Trump just gained some more electoral votes. He's at 100 now.
So can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
If what do you call number 2?
Amendment 2. Okay.
Amendment 2 says yes.
Okay.
So Trump's not gonna say, you know what?
No, because it's Amendment 2 in the state of Florida.
Yeah, it's a Florida.
They could take it to the Florida Supreme Court. Well, it could if
happened with cannabis.
Yeah, it happened with the cannabis. The medical marijuana. So Florida actually passed recreational use for marijuana, but they took it to Supreme Court and then they stopped it, and they only passed the legalization of medical, and you weren't allowed to. The original amendment made it where you were allowed to own a plant. You could grow it in your house, you could whatever, but now you can't have a plant in your possession at all. You can't be growing a plant. You can't have a seed. You can't.
It's so funny because those I'm asking is like Chris Beaver in Atlanta and Tennessee, you know what minimum wage is?
How much?
$5.
Yeah, it's $5 an hour. Yeah.
Tennessee.
Yeah, Tennessee and Georgia, but they're also very cheap places to live.
That's true.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
I think Trump won. What is that? Is that Wyoming?
Yeah.
I think that was the most recent one.
That's one of the states where they just call it early because they typically.
Yeah.
Yeah. So what Fran brought up earlier. Thank you for joining, by the way. About the Hispanic vote. Same thing with the black vote. They're just now talking about how a lot of African American people are coming out to vote for Trump this election. In a way high percentage than the last election. Especially, the Hispanic vote in Florida, especially southern Florida. Same thing. They're all voting Republican this time around. Miami-Dade County turned Republican in early voting, which was, never before seen. You know what I mean?
That's it.
It was a landslide victory in
but all these
2016 for the Democratic Party.
Vote red.
And now it's hand in hand. You can flip a
Usually the
coin.
ones that vote blue are Dallas.
Main cities.
Yeah.
They're saying, according to the Secretary of State in Pennsylvania, we might not know the results there until a week out. Again, at this rate, with the votes coming in so slow, as we discussed earlier.
About green energy and so forth, because the people in Philadelphia don't nearly care as much about these fossil fuel jobs as the people in western Pennsylvania do. Do you think as the night rolls on, this is going to have an impact in the suburbs of Pittsburgh and the suburbs of Erie and other places that kind of rely on those jobs?
I do, because I think you've got a whole host of indirect
Pennsylvania.
jobs within the industry. It's not
Margin's closing. Biden's now at 52 as opposed to 57. Trump coming up with 46% votes.
It's those indirect jobs, the trucking jobs.
What's the percentage of votes right there right now? Like they have voted.
I didn't catch that.
There are up to 10 million jobs directly or indirectly related.
Minnesota leading towards Biden and North Carolina neck and neck at 49%. Biden with a slight lead there. Ohio, Trump 50%.
And we may not know until the end of the week. All right, Maria, let's play it a different way and say the polls do come true.
true in some of these key battleground states. You look at the voter analysis that Shannon just brought us, 1 out of every 3 voters say the economy is a top concern. You've got a candidate, Joe Biden, that is talking about raising taxes on anybody making over $400,000 a year, raising the corporate tax rate that President Trump lowered and led to the economy that we saw pre-pandemic. So what would a Joe Biden presidency
Coming up here at 10 p.m.
the result be for the U.S. economy?
About 12, 13 minutes here. We've got about 21 more electoral votes that are going to come in here, supposedly, depending on how those elections are going.
Joe Biden getting the nomination, Joe Biden winning the presidency is only the beginning. We have a lot of work to do, and that is
Ohio, Trump gaining
progressives, and that means higher taxes.
0.2% of the votes there now. Texas, Trump is now at 50.1%.
Said that he wants to raise taxes by $4.3 trillion. Among those taxes,
Wisconsin, Trump 53.
which is not just a tax on people who
Arizona's still pretty early.
tax on anything that you make money on. It's capital gains. So in other words, you sell your home.
Florida, Trump at 51.
Right now, that capital
Georgia,
gains
Trump at
tax is
56.
23.4%.
Only 50% of the votes
Joe
there.
Biden has said that he wants to move that up to 44%. That is a huge move. That is going to impact
Michigan, Trump's still at 57%.
ability to make any money on their stock portfolio and selling their house, but it's also going to take the economy back a step at a time when we are looking at a fragile situation. We just got a huge snapback in the GDP, 33%.
Is that going to pour me over?
Polls closing at 10. Iowa, Montana, Nevada, and Utah. So we're going to get some of those states closer to the West Coast here soon at the 10 o'clock hour, about 10 minutes from now.
Yeah, it's like $2,000.
New York, we're seeing some numbers, 72% Biden.
Or like
So at least we get an idea of where that's going.
Just for the bottle, without any liquor in it.
Oh, that just a decanter set? Or is that?
No, it's a
No,
King
that's-
Louis
that's the bottle.
Bottle, but like just if there was no alcohol in there, no
could
bottle.
use it. Yeah.
It's like you could use it, but it's like
It's
$1,200 or
Christmas, so it is
$1,400.
Yeah.
How much is it with when you buy a brand new?
No, what? Probably like $4,000 maybe.
Everyone's favorite Congresswoman Ocasio-Cortez, most likely going to keep her seat in New York. She recently played Among Us with a bunch of popular live streamers, so that definitely secured her vote in New York for the young people.
It's a popular game.
It is a popular game. Still about 10 minutes until some major states close again.
I had a Super Mario.
All right.
Millions of people are saying yes to Allegra, including the experts. It's the number
Ah,
one
man.
largest recommended brand for non-drowsy relief. Allegra works 2 times faster than Claritin and will urgent make Australia.
Any update on Amendment 2?
Say yes to Allegra.
Last one was at 60-40.
Yeah, it's still kind of. I think it's still at that.
Yeah, like we were saying, we need 60%. 60% to pass Amendment 2, the Minimum Wage Act.
6138.
6138, as I'm being told.
94% reporting.
Okay, so 94% in. We'll see those results here probably pretty soon by the end of the night at some point.
Georgia, Trump's leading at about 400,000 votes.
In Georgia?
Yep. North Carolina is very close.
I guess I'm getting a pay
Biden's
raise.
only leading about 10,000 votes right now.
Yeah, don't text him that. He'll probably fucking kill you.
Adam's getting fired.
A lot of people don't realize the biggest cost for most businesses is the payroll.
Yeah.
No, for sure.
Even for restaurants, a lot of people, think it's food product. It's really not.
Back is killing.
So I guess we'll see what happens in Florida here in regards to minimum wage and how that's going to affect the economy in the coming years. What about the amendment we were talking about where it's two years to pass?
I think that one's very close also.
Okay.
Yeah, that one's 57-43 on the yes side.
Okay,
so yeah, that one's probably not going to pass.
Election Day 2020, as our Fox News coverage continues, let's take a look at Maine, a state that does not use a winner-take-all method of allocating electoral votes.
So Trump actually gets one of the electoral votes in Maine because that's one of the states where they split their electoral votes as opposed to giving it all to one candidate. Michigan, Trump's still leading 55%.
Senator Susan Collins has already come out to give a thank you to her supporters. Not a victory.
North Carolina is still very close. Biden has a 0.2% lead. Ohio, Trump's still winning 50.5%, so you got a little bit there. Pennsylvania is getting closer now. Biden now down to 51.4%. Texas, Trump at 50.4% now, so that those votes are coming in 67%. Wisconsin still for Trump, 50.9%.
College vote that he managed to snag in 2016 in Maine's second congressional district. It's a rural, redder district to the north here. If he does pick up that electoral vote,
Florida's still at a comfortable lead at 51%. Excuse me, 51%. Most of the votes in Florida are in, so I think if anything, Trump will go up in Florida a little bit. Michigan, we just said that. Michigan.
is those split ticket voters that are consistently come and voted for her in the past. In 2000, in her last race,
About 5 minutes or so until the 10 o'clock hour. Thank you guys again for joining us throughout tonight. Thank you for all the support. Make sure you go check out our merch. We got the boys here repping the merch. For those of you that are just joining us, check out our Gonzo Tonight mug. It's pretty sick, as seen in the podcast cover. I'm going to need to fill this up soon.
that system actually hurt Senator Collins. Voters rate their candidates in order of preference. The candidate with the
Rhode Island, 32% of the votes. Trump's still leading, even though they're calling it for Biden. He's got 54% of the vote. Trump does, so we'll see what happens there. South Carolina down to 55% for Trump. South Dakota still a comfortable lead for Trump, 61%.
Pennsylvania's going to fold tomorrow.
Projected that he will win. Trump will win South Carolina. Still currently at 56% for Trump. Lindsey Graham in South Carolina, securing his seat in the Senate.
This is going to show you, but
The senator from South Carolina will remain the senator.
she's drunk as fuck.
I know, she keeps sounding me too.
Right?
Yeah.
The girlfriend.
Washington, D.C. now at 92% for Biden. Much similar to the last election for Hillary Clinton.
It is, and the thing that I've been telling people is, I understand that we have a polling industry, but I would be very cautious with it because of what I'm seeing on the ground. For example, when you look at Florida, one of the complaints that I heard...
Make sure to be tuned in at the 10 o'clock hour. We'll see some big updates coming in here.
4 after 10, I might leave.
Sounds good.
But even when it became abundantly clear that he wasn't doing too well with the...
Still waiting on Arizona. I think they're going to come in at the 10 o'clock hour, if I'm not mistaken.
Instead of a door-to-door strategy. And I think the Trump campaign was able to win more voters with that door-to-door strategy and messaging, telling them that a Joe Biden presidency would be motivated by progressives and it would be more of a socialist type environment. And that really angered the Cuban population for obvious reasons.
Trump now at 109, as you'll see here in a minute.
Florida is going down for Biden.
Biden losing votes in Florida. I think there's a lot of people voting for Joe Jorgensen or something like that, because Biden's losing votes, but Trump's maintaining his lead there. Illinois, they called it for Biden. It's pretty close, though. He's got 50% of the vote. Indiana going to Trump big time, 60%. Again, Trump, as you'll see here in a minute, 109 electoral votes, so only a 20-point margin there. Once Florida closes, we'll see that jump up there for Trump. 2.5 minutes left until the 10 o'clock mark. Let's see what happens.
Which is the one city that's trying to separate itself from the United States? Is it Seattle?
I have no idea. Yeah, I don't know.
You know what I'm talking about? When they made their own little city called like Chad, City of Chad, or State of Chad.
Yeah. That was
Seattle?
I think so.
Seattle, Chad?
Yeah, that was in
Chaz?
Seattle.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah.
So does that mean Washington isn't going to count for? What's that?
Doesn't Texas like always try to secede?
No, it wasn't.
Texas has like always said stuff like that they're going to secede. Yeah.
They always do.
North Carolina too, right?
I think South Carolina.
Or
South Carolina is always
yeah.
the one that starts it.
Yeah.
So Texas is big talk, and then as soon as South Carolina, if they were to secede, I think Texas would follow. California always talks about seceding, but of course they would survive a day.
No.
I mean, most states
It was
would.
complete chaos.
They always try to split it too. They always try to split California.
They should.
Yeah, seriously.
Take away the 58.
They were talking about splitting it into 3.
Yeah.
North, South, and Center, I guess. Mid.
Not Midwest. Midwest California.
About 30 seconds here.
I've never been in a trial. My life is out of control.
Who will protect my rights? We didn't know who to call.
So I took back control.
Our family wants to take back control. So do I.
I'm Ellie Anajar from the law offices of Anajar and Levine. We can help you in a variety of legal matters, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Call us at 1-800-747-FREE for a consultation and take back control of your life.
Daddy, what's that big moving house thing?
It's
About 10 more seconds here, 15 more seconds.
Modern invention. We carried our home
Coming up to the 10 o'clock hour.
forever.
Yeah, but humans have Geico to protect them. Something goes wrong, they're covered. What do we have?
What could go wrong? Ooh, a feather.
A feather. Duck, Junior!
That's no duck, Daddy. That's a vulture.
Geico for RVs. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more.
10 o'clock, let's see what happens here.
Fox 35 News at 10 starts now.
A slugfest for the White House is in the final round. President Trump versus Joe Biden.
A presidential election like we've never seen before.
We have not seen voter intensity like this ever.
People voting in record numbers. The results are pouring in.
Because it's you who decides 2020.
The fight for Florida coming down to the wire tonight. Good evening and welcome to our special election coverage. I'm Luann Sorrell.
I'm Charles Delay. President Trump's lead here is growing. Let's take a look at the latest numbers.
Florida is still close. President Trump is currently leading.
Reporting 91%
Biden
of votes for Florida.
97% of precincts here in Florida.
Yeah, 51% Trump, 48 Biden.
And these numbers are holding very close to our latest Fox 35 Insider Advantage poll released just yesterday afternoon.
Our team of reporters is working every angle across Central Florida, and we are talking with the winners, tracking the numbers, and even covering some technical issues tonight.
We start tonight with the race for the White House. President Donald Trump versus former Vice President Joe Biden. Here is a look at the latest.
Still 109, 129. We're still waiting to see if any of these states close here at the 10 o'clock mark.
To 109 right now, but remember 270 is the number needed to win. Fox 35's Heather Gustafson is keeping a very close eye news for us. She joins us live in the Fox 35 Election Alert Center.
Heather, here's the question. Some big dominoes have already fallen, but any surprises?
Charles, yeah, big dominoes.
Was that a charger?
Yeah.
Nice. I'll throw it on there. Do you need it?
I'm at 2.
2?
Yeah. I just keep forgetting to put it there.
U.S. map, and I want to start looking at the states over here, starting with Pennsylvania. Okay, so we know that Pennsylvania just started.
I guess not much movement here at 10 o'clock.
Tonight, so we're not going to get the
Yeah, I'm hoping within the next, 10 minutes maybe, they'll finally call Florida and Georgia and Texas. I know last time I saw Texas was back to red, so like back to leaning red, I guess.
Okay.
According to their polls.
Yeah.
But
if I remember the last
50%,
election,
50.5% says.
yeah. If I remember the last election too, Texas always starts off as blue and then it goes to red later.
yeah, early voting and is more likely by Democrats. So
Yeah. Well, too, as we're seeing here, Biden has 45% in Texas and Trump has 50%. So there's a good percentage of votes that's going to a different candidate, an independent candidate. Perhaps Joe Jorgensen or Kanye West. Trump getting a good lead in Georgia still, maintaining that 55.6% lead.
Look at Florida, at the Sunshine State, where 29 electoral votes are up for grabs. The president does have a slight edge in the Sunshine.
They're definitely holding off on calling Florida for a while because, I mean, that would put Trump there at 138.
Yep.
Of course, some more states get close for Biden as well, so we'll see what happens.
President Trump winning that county by 57% to Joe Biden's 42%.
So this is Volusia County, 57% winning to Trump. Brevard County, 58% to Trump. And that's 100% reporting.
So a lot of counties in Florida closing. So I guess once we get the panhandle all in, we'll see what happens. I'm sure some of the counties like Miami-Dade are still slow on the voter count there.
Continue monitoring this map because things are changing moment by moment, and we're going to bring you the latest updates throughout the night. We're sticking right by it as the votes continue to be tallied and continue coming in. For now, I'm reporting live in the Fox 35 Election Alert Center. Heather Gustafson, Fox 35 News.
Heather, thank you. We'll see you in a bit. A lot of people voted early or by mail, which means officials got a head start on counting ballots.
Let's get out to Fox 35's Robert Guadarrama. He is live in Orange County tonight with more on that.
Someone left a question they want us to know. What will you do with the Trump 2020 flags if he wins?
Biden wins?
I guess either one, if either candidate wins, what will I do with the flags?
I'll keep them.
Keep them, yeah.
Yeah, why not? It's like people still wear
part of
Bush
history.
Reagan shirts.
Yeah, Bush Reagan all the time. Yeah.
All the time, you know. So that's gonna be something like that. This is a historic election. People will be wearing Trump merch for years to come, just because of his massive influence over the last 4 years. Orange County, no surprise for Biden, 61%.
600,000 people voting in Orange County, or more than 600,000. That's a new record for a general election year. Let's listen to the supervisor of elections on how today went.
Yeah, I think it was a very good day for this big election season. What was proved right after the pandemic is people shifted to vote by mail and then to early voting, and then the polling place is the one that got us about 12% of the vote today. So it made it for a very smooth day.
Now, 11% of the voters actually voted in person today. That's a little over 90,000 ballots cast today. The supervisor telling me that there were really no major issues today. That's possibly why we're seeing the team already wrapped up, and it's only 10 o'clock. Reporting live in Orange County, I'm Robert Guadarrama, Fox 35 News.
Robert, thank you. Internet issues impacting election results in Osceola County.
Apparently in Osceola County in Florida, we're hearing that there's a lot of election issues. Internet outage, apparently. The Wi-Fi is down. Of course, they got the early voting and mail-in ballots in, but votes on election day, we'll have to wait and see.
Seminole County going blue. You heard Heather talk about that. Not for much, though.
Seminole County, I guess 100% of the votes are in, and it's 51 Biden. I'm disappointed in Seminole County.
I am kind of disappointed too, to be honest with you. I mean, I think, you know why I think it is, though, to be honest with you? All the college kids that stayed home in Seminole County,
Yeah.
I mean.
Yeah.
They graduated high school and they started living with their parents. Their parents vote red and they vote blue.
50% to 47% by a margin of about 7,000 votes, so it's pretty close, but it did happen, and that's something that we've been following this entire race, this entire election year. It's a big deal because historically, Seminole County has gone red. The county voted majority for Trump in 2016, but we did see signs of it turning blue in 2018 in the governor's race and the U.S.
A lot of voters in Florida and even Seminole County are still happy, though, because they see that Trump is going to pull it off.
Yep.
Yeah,
my cousin in New York actually posted on Instagram that like their news network called Florida red already. Like, and this was over an hour ago.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, he's up by so much right now. There's no way that.
Not a lot of movement here at 10 o'clock still. Kind of surprising. I guess since we're dealing with the mountain regions, they're a little behind.
Yeah. Well, Arizona, Biden's up right now. 54.1%. Yeah.
So he gained a little lead there?
Yeah. He's got about 1,246,000 votes. Trump has 1 million votes.
I got a comment here, which I believe is a joke. But if Biden wins, we can just move to Hawaii.
It's crazy as I've never been to Hawaii. Mark, you've been to Hawaii.
I have been to Hawaii.
I've always wanted to
One
go
of my favorite
there.
states.
Yeah.
Beautiful state.
Beautiful
yeah,
state.
I'm sure it's a
beautiful state.
And I can't wait to go there one day. You know, hopefully we take a trip together.
Absolutely.
But it might be a little too liberal for me.
I definitely wouldn't live there personally. I mean, not only do you have to deal with the island sickness, but you know, I think what I'm hearing is there's a lot of conservative-leaning areas over there. Much like here in Florida, you just move to a area.
A conservative area. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah.
Yeah. So I mean, but of course, we have morons like Senator Harino representing that state, doing an absolute terrible job. Of course, they have crazy lockdowns in Hawaii.
Yep.
Coronavirus is, you know, really bad over there, and people are still in their homes, locked down, or very restricted.
Let's go ahead and change it. We'll check on NBC, I think. Yeah, NBC News.
So it looks like in North Carolina, Trump is up right now.
Okay.
It's still about 49, but Trump's up by
so he's gaining votes there.
49.7, Biden 49.1.
Next poll closed at 11. Still been kind of quiet since the 10 p.m. closing.
Yeah, it's probably going to be a slower hour until we get to 11 o'clock. I'm sure we'll get a couple states closing here and there, but nothing too certain. 11 o'clock should be the next big announcement. Arizona currently 54% Biden, gaining traffic there. Kansas is 52% Trump. More than likely going to go Trump.
They're actually worried about, she's talking about Arizona right now, the Hispanic votes in Arizona that they're worried that are going to turn up for Trump. You know, just like they did in Florida or, you know, other
That's
places.
one thing, too. Yeah, Hispanic votes are up nationally, as well as the black vote. I'm waiting to see.
Ohio, 51%. Trump is currently winning.
All right, so you gained that 1% there. Still, just talking about still waiting on North Carolina or Georgia. North Carolina is pretty close. I think Georgia would be a safe one to call, me personally. But I think they're still around 50 or 60% votes in. So Maryland only 4% votes in still, even though they were opened up at or closed at 8. Biden only at 38%, even though he's the predicted winner there. Again, only 4% of the votes are in. Again, NBC being conservative with the electoral votes here, 89 Biden, 72 Trump. They're not calling things as early as the map that you see here, or as most of the other national news organizations. Ohio, 72% of the votes are in, so we should be seeing some results there probably at the end of the hour. Trump's still 51, as we said.
And Biden's at 47, so.
That is true. The difference is 177,000. Biden at 47%, as Zach just said. So a lot of independent votes there, about 2% or so. Arizona, still waiting on results there, but apparently that's going to be a key state to look out for. Still waiting on Pennsylvania as well. Biden's lead diminishing as far as I've seen here. North Carolina governor, their Democrat incumbent, appears to be securing the win there. New Mexico projected to go Biden with half the votes in at 55%. So we should probably be seeing that change here soon. Biden getting some more electoral votes here.
Bro, this wants to be over already. Like, I just want to know.
It's worse than Christmas, man.
I know.
Yeah, right?
How quick recovery is spot on. Biospine is the place to go. None of the testimony. The surgeons at Biospine are your best option.
Oh, man.
It wasn't my fault, but I lost control of my life. I needed medical attention. And the bills were piling up. I want to take back control. Our family wants to take back control. I do too. I'm Ellie Anajar from the law offices of Anajar and Levine. If you've been involved in a slip and fall accident and are not sure of your options, call us at 1-800.
As projected recently in the Gonzo Tonight Show, votes are coming in really slow. As far as, the media is making it seem like it's going to take all night, possibly a few days. I feel like last election, correct me if I'm wrong, I feel like last election was like boom, boom, boom.
No, last election I remember ended like 2 o'clock in the morning.
Well, it ended, yeah, but I feel like he gave his speech, Trump gave his speech, I feel like sometime around 11.
Yeah.
We're already seeing some stuff come in, so, a lot could happen in the next 45 minutes or so, but
What's your feeling right now? Abraham, we'll start with you.
Look, it's been an eventful night. Got my wife texting me, my kids texting me, asking for updates. The country is doing what so many have sacrificed for us to do, and that's make their voices heard. These historic numbers of folks that have either voted early or by vote by mail or in person today. It's what makes our country great.
Thanks to those of you who have tuned into the live stream. A lot of you have been steadily here since 8 o'clock or so. Started the stream about 3 hours and 15 minutes ago. Started with some technical difficulties, but it happens.
First time. To be expected.
Of course. I got 4 more years to make it better, or even 2. We can do a midterm live stream there.
see that Biden was the winner of those cities, or could have possibly been the winner because Florida still is calculating votes. But I'm very disappointed.
Looking at some Senate updates here. Still net lead of 0.1. The House now even again for net gains. Republicans still need 17 to take the House. 92 Republican, 74 Democrat.
That was something that I was very excited to vote against because I thought it was so ridiculous. It's looking like the $15 minimum wage is going to pass, which I was very excited about. And I haven't looked at the most updated numbers for the Trump primary, but I'm interested to see how that one pans out as well.
And Kyla, for you too, you have referenced throughout the evening that there's more than just the presidential race. Of course, that's important, but the local candidates, the races we have here in Central Florida, the direct impact it has for you as a constituent. Kind of talk about why that's so important to you, in addition to the amendments.
Yes, looks like Amendment 2 is passing.
Most likely, yeah.
No, 98% and 61.
So this guy that just spoke, right? He had a book behind him. Did you see the book he had?
No, but of course you did.
He had a book behind him that it was the Chapo Guide to a Revolution, right? And it's a manifesto against logic, facts, and reason. That's what the book's about, right? New York, of course, New York Times bestseller.
I feel like what book now isn't a New York Times bestseller? You know what I mean?
I think we should write a book.
Yeah. Well, I don't know. They see Republicans be like, oh no.
That's true. Change my name. Come out as a hardcore Democrat.
Yeah, right.
a great campaign. I think that
I could totally see Alex being a Democrat.
Yeah, I know. I dress like a Democrat all the time and confuse people. And I open my mouth and they're like,
Go on a first date with somebody.
Yeah.
Of the people and to work with our elected officials. Me, I'm a person of faith. I pray for my elected officials.
It was like that one guy at Corona.
Next to their name.
It was like when we were watching the debate together. And they were like, oh no, we're conservative. He's like, oh, okay.
Yeah,
and then he started talking to us.
Yeah, then you remembered who we were. He's like, I don't know why you guys. I was thinking you guys are liberals.
My fault. I dress like a liberal. I made a joke to him. He was like, oh, I'm conservative, and I said, oh, I guess we can't be friends then. I guess my sarcasm is, too serious sometimes.
Too deceiving.
The common goal of making this a more perfect union, and so that's what I'm going to be doing.
Kind of quickly from you, your take on, and we mentioned it earlier, just the divisiveness in this country, how we can kind of get back together in a much better situation.
I think that's trying to understand another person's perspective. So during
I tell you what, though, and they're kind of talking about this now. After this election, all this divisiveness needs to just go away.
Yeah.
It's just tiring.
I saw this Instagram post about, not Instagram, Twitter post about, it was like a his and hers, but it was voting. So Trump was the his and then Biden was the hers. And all the comments were like, she should divorce him or he should divorce her, blah, blah, blah. And it's like, come on, man. It's like, that's like opposite where we want to go. You want to be civil with each other. You don't use Nightmare on Twitter?
I'm not. I don't like use Twitter.
Steering people in the right direction. Someone asked what channel CNN was, and a buddy of ours replied, Channel 56 for Fox.
At the
end of the day, it doesn't matter what news outlet you're watching, the results are still going to be the same at the end of the day.
Finally, can I
Yeah?
understand? So we have put on the Spanish News Network for Alexander Gonzalez.
Si, senor.
I'm actually curious to see what they're what they have called so far.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's see here. Just kidding.
No, well, commercial. Kamala? That's what they were saying.
Kamala?
So I got one of those text messages from the Democrat, whoever telling me to vote. They're going to help us support Biden and defeat this racist
This is cool.
president. Oh, this is cool.
Oh, wow.
So shout out to DirecTV. We have an election HQ.
Nice.
They've got Biden at 131 and Trump at 98. Putting him at a bigger margin there.
Yeah, so it looks like they're taking multiple news networks, Fox News, MSNBC, looks like CNN and Newsmax, and they're kind of combining all of their predictions.
Yeah, and they got the Senate results in 41-41. Two
and other.
Two independent, yeah. House results, 151 Democrat, 191 Republican.
Yeah.
No independents.
And, I do think that when you look at the Sun Belt, where we knew that there was elevated turnout, the president is still very competitive in those states.
House projected, according to MSNBC, 237 to 198 for the Democrats. Louisiana, Trump projected winner. That's old news.
This is a turnout election. It wasn't a persuasion election, meaning there weren't a lot of people out there going, do I vote for Joe Biden or do I vote for Donald Trump? Pretty much everybody made up their mind. The question is whether or not they were going to get out.
Dollars being tough on China. Right now, according to the Wall Street.
So can you switch audio? Is that what you're doing? Or?
Yeah, that's what I'm doing right now. So now you see the blue square.
Yeah.
Now we're listening to Fox. This is nation news, not local.
Yeah.
64% on the overseas betting now lean toward Trump. And the Chinese are watching all of this, and right now they are...
So MSNBC is talking about North Carolina.
There's a little different here, but 48-4, 47-3, a bit of a larger...
It's on the Senate, I think.
There's about 60,000 votes. Again, I'll toggle between them, and you'll see here, keep an eye on the map here. This is the presidential, and this is the Senate race. Again, Trump's lead in the presidential, 39,000. Tillis's lead in the Senate race, 58,000 over Cal Cunningham. And I think you've talked about this. 2016 was the first time in American history that every Senate race...
In Arkansas, very interesting. It's Republican versus Independent in the Senate race, I believe it was. So it's not even a Democrat.
Yeah.
Because people were tired of Trump. I think that was a really misguided way of looking at things. I think, as you saw after he recovered from COVID, he has been nonstop. And I think a lot of folks, as time went on, began to really respect that he was fighting, in their mind, for every vote that he could get in those swing states. And it was a breakneck pace. Obviously, Joe Biden could not keep up with it, or didn't want to keep up with it. And those crowds, which, again, a lot of people didn't want to talk about, they were a metric of energy and excitement that I just did not see replicated on the other side.
What are we looking at? Almost 10:30 here. Still no major updates coming in. They've kind of slowed down here on the votes, I guess. Virginia, Trump is currently leading, even though they still call it for Biden. West Virginia, of course, big time Trump.
People who support him have wanted him to focus more on the economy and on recovering from coronavirus.
Cool.
He really swung around to that in a stronger way in the final days as he campaigned through the course of these rallies. The NASDAQ futures are up over 3% this evening, and it just reminds me.
Still waiting on 16 seats in the Senate.
2016, and I want to keep reiterating, we got a long way to go here in this.
Maine pretty close. Percentage-wise, Trump gaining more traction there.
Yeah, so it looks like House is leading 192 Republican, 152 Democrat, according to this poll. Again, this is by DirecTV.
So really, that means they're expecting all the rest of those vacant seats to go Democrat.
Yeah.
He never gave up on his winning formula.
Tell you what, though, what are you going to do about the stock market when Biden gets elected? It's the one thing, though. Trump gets reelected, you can watch your stocks go back up.
We've got some more states right now. Let's take a look at these other states that are coming in. Michigan, a third of the vote is now in. Trump is ahead.
Just read the quote tweet.
210,000 votes, 54.7%.
Trump up still 54% in Michigan with about a third of the votes in. Pennsylvania, he's now up 53%. It's got about a 200,000 voting margin. Wisconsin, 50% for Trump. Kanye 2020.
Georgia 55.4, 43.4.
Nothing changing in Georgia, really.
Because Trump supports them, he's not trying to fund them. These are Trump supporters.
CNN projecting that Joe Biden will win New Mexico. Let's see, it's CNN being conservative with the votes too. They're putting Biden at 94 and Trump at 72. I guess Fox really is the one jumping the gun.
Yeah.
This tonight, as well as our lovely YouTube electoral map there.
What's the scene right now?
Our YouTube map is still 129, 109. CNN is, I think it was like 92, 73 or something like that. Looks like CNN is giving Florida, Georgia, North Carolina, South Carolina,
Ohio, Pennsylvania.
all that stuff is red, according to CNN.
It might just be predictions.
Well, yeah, predictions.
I think they're doing a like takeaway, right? So this is a map from 2016.
Oh, is that okay?
So I think that like they're trying to say that okay, well Biden has to.
Well, no, that's just 2020 right there.
Huh? I don't know.
I think it's just as it is now.
Yeah.
Yep, United States 2020. So as we see it now, there's a lot of red there. Of course, nothing being called as of now. They're still putting that off.
You see the president, Joe Biden, the Democrat, above 50 there. So let's just put this into context. Number one, this was the name of the game in 2016. We're not done. We're not done. We're not done. Some of these states could go on into tomorrow. But as you look at this map, many Democrats say it does raise the scenario many of them are worried about. An hour or two from now, is the president going to come out and say, I win? If he's still leading in those states. We're not done. That's not how we count. These states will decide who wins.
Well, it's funny here in CNN because it reminds me of 2016, right?
Yeah.
Because they're like, we're not done. They're still counting. We're not done. We're still counting. We could still win this, and this state. You know.
Like I said, they're gonna push this as long as possible.
Get this state, we can win. No. Okay. As long as we get this state, we can still win.
They go down to county by county. We can get this county and pull this state, and
We don't think there are any more surprises out that way, if you will. Nevada was the one Clinton state the Trump campaign made a run. We'll see. But we expect that to stay Democratic, which is why things get interesting now. Again, we haven't called some of these close states, but this is the calculation of where the campaign will. This is where Donald Trump started. Joe Biden has to look at this map and say, what do I take away to get him below 270 and to get me to 270? So
CNN projected poll, or this is actually 2016, excuse me. He had 306 or 308, I can't really see that.
As a lead right now, we'll see. We get to the finish line. Georgia, we got a lot of votes out. The Democrats have these targets of opportunity. Can we get these states?
So Candace Owens, Fox might recall their Biden call for Virginia.
Texas is filling in red again.
Yeah, I mean, like we were just saying, Fox News calling it early, real early.
Yeah.
I mean, Virginia was coming in close for Trump. I'll give it to, I mean, I don't know what the reasons are. You can argue either way, but CNN, MSNBC, all these guys are being very conservative with it. Now calling Utah projected for Trump, according to MSNBC, 51-45.
The Chinese yen is tanking right now. The value of the yen.
Really?
Yeah.
98 to 92 with Biden in the lead, according to MSNBC. So that's a closer margin there. Again, being more conservative as opposed to Fox News. CNN doing their little thing where they say, "Oh, if Biden wins this, and this, he can get it." They're depending on Arizona, New Mexico, a lot of states up in the north that Biden probably won't win.
Donald Trump would pay for it. The question is, can he make it happen when right now, if you look over here, again, we're early.
According to the DirecTV Election HQ, Trump is now at 108. Biden is at 131.
We're nowhere close to the finish line in any of those states. Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, and Michigan. We need to count those. Some of those counts could take it to tomorrow.
Black Wisconsin voters, what does that say? Most important issue is race.
We're not done yet, but we still have, that we can't take Florida away. Still right over there. North Carolina, we'll see on Georgia. Joe Biden had many menu options coming into the night. That list is narrowing, which is why you get into tense.
I'm going to check in with David Shelley, and they're taking a very first look at the vote in Pennsylvania right now. What are you seeing over there?
Yeah, just exactly what John was talking about. I know it's red on the map right now, but we've got to make sure we count the votes here. So what you see is Donald Trump leading Joe Biden in Pennsylvania with 32% of the vote in right
32% of the votes in Pennsylvania now. Trump is leading. We'll see what happens there.
Currently is early vote. And we know that Joe Biden is doing much better in the early vote. We expect that 18% to go all the way up to 45%. So there's a ton more early votes still to be counted here, and that could benefit Joe Biden in Pennsylvania. We just have to wait to see that early absentee mail vote come in and be counted.
38% we're watching all these states. This is a night like none other because of all the early voting, a record number of early voting that we've seen in some states taking a lot longer to count that.
Right. Look, the battleground states are always complicated to begin with. Remember Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin 4 years ago. Remember Florida 4 years ago. Even North Carolina for a while we were looking at. And then it's spaced out. So they're always complicated anyway. They're all the more complicated this time. And all the more difficult, especially for partisans who want to, want their guy to win. Right? And so let's just talk about what we're talking about. We come down to Philadelphia County, Philadelphia City, and the counties around it. This is by far, it's 12% or more, depending on turnout. For the vote in Pennsylvania, 22%. So when I pull this back out and you see the state red, okay, again, you always want to be leading. At any point in the race, you like to be leading, but it's not contextual in the sense that we have nothing here. Let's just come over here to Montgomery County, 16%. Joe Biden at 89%. The suburban caller around Philadelphia is the name of the game. Democrats have to run up a huge lead. We come over here. Bucks County is the more conservative of the suburban counties around here.
10:35 now. Still no major updates.
47, Bucks County 4 years ago. The challenge for Joe Biden is to try to run it up.
Ohio, Trump still maintaining his lead there.
About the same, more or less. But again, 12%.
Slightly less than in 2016, but of course we're still waiting on many votes to come in there.
25%. Come back to Delaware County, 16%.
Their own in a Wisconsin, nice kind of state. I mean, just talk about Wisconsin.
Fox News looks like they gave Trump another state there.
Yeah, I'm trying.
He's at 115 now. You might see that jump up here on my map soon. Because this map seems to align with what Fox News is saying for some reason.
Yeah, a little bit,
It's a YouTube map. It's kind of surprising. But Trump's at 115 now. Biden's still at 129.
Yeah, we're just waiting for the commercial to go past so we can see what state he currently won.
So on paper, this ought to be one of the most Trump-friendly states, one of the most difficult states to flip around. So Donald Trump had to do a lot of work to alienate a state like Wisconsin.
House closing, 108 Republican, 85 Democrat. Senate, 43 Democrat, 39 Republican. Again, Trump at 115 now, according to Fox News.
Like a lot of other states that we've been talking about,
because they've become so Trumpy. I think that they have been more.
The margin is closing all over the
To
place.
some of these key swing voters in the suburban areas, they're going to make a difference here.
About 22 minutes till the 11 o'clock hour.
So we haven't talked about the popular vote in a while, but
that's true.
Right now, Trump's actually at 51% and Biden's at 48%.
Dang.
All right,
Yeah, so 5.6 million to 5.2 million.
Trump maintaining the popular vote there, still 51%. That's good. Not much change there. We'll see how the West Coast affects that, if any.
We are watching a lot of states that are kind of on the bubble here. And we're also looking at our voter analysis surveys that talk to about 150,000.
So Utah was just called.
That's right. Yeah, we were talking about that earlier.
Okay.
Who is here with more analysis of all of that fascinating information that's deep in all these pages. Hi, Shannon.
Hey, Brett Martha, so let's look at Florida where it's very tight. It hasn't been called yet. If it does go for President Trump, here is going to be one of the keys why. Seniors are backing.
Net gains in the House and in the Senate are both plus one for Democrats. So the House went back up to +1 for Democrats.
They're behind Biden. 8 in 10 voters there in Florida say it's important to them that the next president shake up the political system. Now that includes close to half who say it's very important to them. Those are voters who voted for Trump by more than 10 points. On the other hand, most Florida voters want the next president to look out for people like them, and those voters say they favor Biden over Trump. 7 in 10 in the Sunshine State, the voters there believe that Donald Trump stands up for what he believes in. Now, those voters vote for the president by an almost 2-to-1 margin.
Yeah.
Interestingly enough, though, the angry voters that made up such an important part of Trump's voters 4 years ago, well, they're now in Joe Biden's column by a wide margin. So, that's one of the key states to keep watching out. Back to you guys.
Or to her house, and I passed out in her bed, and I got some jeans, so took off my pants.
Nice.
I was pissed, dude. I told her, I'm like, please, delete that picture.
What do you say?
We've seen a remarkable switch just in the last hour or so. First of all, the betting markets. About 2 hours ago, the betting was favoring Joe Biden to win. Now, the betting market gives Donald Trump a 65% chance of winning. So you've got a real switch there. If you look at the stock market, we're looking at a continuing...
Who was that? They said they gave Trump a 65% chance of winning.
No, that's propane.
Oh, shit.
That is up 3.5%. That is a whopping great big gain.
Stock market seeing some gains here tonight. Stock market hopefuls.
As we speak, look at it on your screen right now. President Trump seems to be...
Dow is up 0.62%.
And investors like that. So the gains of the stock market that we saw on Monday and Tuesday, 1,000 points up on the Dow. That is...
According to CNN, Trump making some gains here. They now have it at 98 Biden, 95 Trump. So that's much closer there.
Just for the rich and the elites.
Margins closing all over the place. Oh,
Yeah, I think we're out.
It's about to get real cold here tonight, not just in person, but also in the election, according to CNN and Fox News and all these guys. The margin's closing, so a lot of Democrats are going to start crying. Thanks for those of the viewers that are joining us now here almost at the 11 o'clock hour. Hoping to get some new updates here at 11 o'clock. A lot of polls are going to be closing here.
Yeah, I mean, we do have to pump our brakes because we have a long way to go. Ohio and North Carolina very tight. Pennsylvania will not be decided tonight.
About 145 people joining us overall. Thank you very much. 147.
But you're right. All of those places seem to be reacting to this shift that you're talking about.
Looking here, it looks like Fox News gave another state to Joe Biden. He's at 133 now. Trump is at 115. CNN still keeping it close at the 98, 95. 98 for Biden there. Still waiting on some big key states. Waiting on Florida, Georgia, North Carolina to close. Also waiting to hear from Pennsylvania, which may take a long time. Ohio, I'm interested in hearing about. Hopefully that will be at the end of the night at some point.
those restrictions that are now imposed.
Getting the fire back up here because it's getting pretty cold.
Policy.
Is that contrast paper?
Cold in Florida, at least.
What?
Joe Biden has taken the other tack. He's being very
I don't know what it
cautious.
is.
Look at how
We have a whole bunch of
first
tanks,
all,
so we just change.
and
I don't know where
therefore he's entertaining
We should go to Home Depot.
of more lockdowns.
7-Eleven,
Now,
wherever
he's
it's
not
convenient.
popular with investors. They don't want to see that.
I ain't
They
know.
want to see growth and prosperity, and you get that by
It's gonna be
looking
that
up.
one.
And so what you got now is a
Popular vote, Biden now down to 47.9%. Trump picking up a little bit with a 50.5% there.
far too close to call, and we're in Pennsylvania, as Brett's saying, you're probably going to have to wait.
Comment coming in. Surprised that Trump has the popular vote. It is pretty crazy if you're basing it off of last year.
Pushing stock prices higher at this moment. That could all change, of course. That's what happens on the market. But as of now, investors are putting their money into stocks, and stock gains are holding.
Thank you, Stuart. Great talking with us tonight. So the Fox News Decision Desk can now project that former Vice President Joe Biden will defeat President Trump in New Hampshire. Let's put that.
Fox is giving New Hampshire to Biden with 40% of the votes in. He's leading 53% to Trump 44%. That one's one of the expected ones to go to Biden anyway.
You know, New Hampshire was a state that the president lost by just close to 3,000 votes last time around. And
Again, that margin is closing. You got a lot of people messaging me right now saying they think Trump's going to pull it off. I mean,
it looks like he has Florida, Michigan.
despite the numbers that are all over the place, the margin's closing. That's the common denominator here.
one of those four that we're seeing tonight, it's clear that Joe Biden is very comfortably holding the lead, even more so than Hillary Clinton did.
President made a stop in New Hampshire as well. I know the Vice President went there as well. We're back with our panel. Britt, what are you seeing right now? What are you feeling right now?
A couple of things.
House results not changing too much. Senate results changing not at all. Election HQ, according to DirecTV, says Biden at 131, Trump at 108. That's the biggest margin we're seeing right now.
Because there have been people asking me, what do the Vegas casinos have better pollsters than the...
No, it's just market money. It's market money. I mean, that's what this is about. I mean, Stuart made the point. I mean, people are betting their money in stocks, and people are...
Yeah, the map that
worried about the one,
Fox is using is the exact same map we're using.
Oh yeah, that's crazy.
I think it's fair to say that a lot of what the pollsters were telling us about how this was going to go, and there were many that had, Trump losing a bunch of these southern states. And
Florida, +5.
Yeah, exactly. They're off again. And we've been through this before. We all thought, that the pollsters who made those projections in the states 4 years ago and got it wrong so badly wrong would have it figured out by now. Trump may not win, but he certainly made them look bad tonight in a bunch of states, including, as you point out, Florida being
Was that 15? Biden got 17 states now. Trump has, I believe that was 21 states. Of course, the electoral votes are still going to Biden as of now. North Carolina, we see Trump with a 1% lead, it looks like. With about half the votes in, it looks like. I couldn't really see there.
And if Tillis is able to win his seat there, because think about it, Cal Cunningham, the Democratic challenger, he had a big sex scandal about a month ago, the same day that Tillis comes down with COVID. And what happened? Tillis stepped on the gas in order to campaign. Cunningham...
CNN saying the election may come down to Arizona, Pennsylvania.
It's almost like he sat on that lead and he watched it fade.
Those are the key states that they're mentioning here.
I really thought that Trump would be able to win New Hampshire, given that he'd only lost it by 2,700
We're going to see a lot of change here at the 11 o'clock hour within the next 13 minutes or so.
President Trump takes a look at that and says, that might not work, but where did they focus? Way down in Florida. And you think about Donna Shalala, who is the former Secretary of Health and Human Services, and then she's a congresswoman. She lost her seat tonight, the Democrat. And Maria Salazar, the Republican challenger, is going to pick up that seat. Now,
there we go. Fire's back.
Kind of support from Latinos and Cubans from that Miami-Dade area across other places, possibly so, and that could be a big difference maker between when some of these states come down to the wire like they are.
Well, your thoughts? Well, I'm curious. I mean, I think the pollsters told us early on we would see what they call blue haze or blue mist or red mist and red haze. No, red mirage.
T minus 13 minutes here, give or take.
Sounds like a stripper. No, sounds like Jimi Hendrix. Wait a second.
It sounds like a stripper.
But the point that I'm trying to make is mail-in ballots. I still am at a puzzle as to when that cache of votes gets counted. And we have
Juan Williams for Fox News confused on when the mail-in ballots are getting counted. In most states, it's before. Well, if it came in early, it should be before Election Day votes. So.
In the direction of President Trump, it would seem to me that you would also say, well, gee, turnout seems to have gone up on both sides.
That is true. Overall voter turnout, again, like we've said, bigger than ever, or at least bigger since 1908. One of the biggest elections in about a century or so. Over a century.
So, alright, got the fire working again.
Welcome back, thank you. We're gonna have to light up another cigar here at the 11 o'clock hour. Keep us going until midnight. Adam Trad's still here. Thank you very much for being here.
I'm chilling.
This night, to me, feels like that, Chris, that purple haze.
MSNBC doing their what if, trying to get Biden to 269, it appears.
Chris, let's keep it PG-13.
Okay. I think this night is totally up for grabs still. I agree that the
Chris Wallace, I don't even want to look at this guy.
Biden victory is off the board, but that was one of three scenarios. The other scenario was
11 minutes left until the 11 o'clock hour.
and those both are still
Currently, Biden 133, Trump 115, according to the electoral map we have up here.
hasn't called Florida yet. Says to me, maybe it's a small margin, but it's still up for grabs. The fact that North Carolina is too close to call, that Georgia is, because of irregularities, we haven't really gotten anything firm on Pennsylvania or Michigan or Wisconsin or Arizona. Basically, if it were a tennis match, I'm not going to switch from each side is holding serve, and they're winning the states they were expected to win, and the states that were up for grabs are still up for grabs. I think the story of this night has really not been told yet.
Yeah, which is exactly what we were told from the very beginning, to sort of go slowly and be patient and wait for these waves. This is an unprecedented situation to have 100 million early votes.
Let's see here.
Counted and papered.
Nebraska.
Just with regard to Georgia, Fulton County is now going to stop
That's already on
counting
Trump.
at 10:30 p.m. and will resume their count at tomorrow morning. So don't expect,
But that's Pennsylvania and Georgia. But we're not going to get any answer.
Fox News saying Pennsylvania and Georgia results are not going to be here tonight. I expected that from Pennsylvania, and Georgia, slow as usual. MSNBC having Biden at 118 and Trump at 105.
Looks like Newsmax is doing predictions, and looks like they have Trump winning by a small margin. And that's with losing Michigan and winning Pennsylvania. Losing Nevada.
Four more states closing at the polls. In coming minutes, we'll have some new info on the other side of the break. And as Democrats hold on to their majority in the House,
Republicans are looking to hold their majority in the Senate.
House and Senate not expected to change this election. Still pretty early to call for the House, in my opinion.
It's still Biden. It's 133, 115. But yeah, it's closing in now. Like Florida, Georgia, North Carolina, Ohio, Michigan. None of them have been counted yet.
here's your A1C.
Oh, my A1C is under
Change the audio.
And you may lose weight. Adults who took Ozempic lost on average up to 12 pounds.
I lost almost 12 pounds.
For those also with known heart disease, Ozempic
Change it to
lowers the
whatever.
risk of major
8 minutes till the 11 o'clock mark.
Oh, you coming to the house?
She needed to keep it close. in the early vote, which is what you're seeing right now. Arizona is a big early vote state, so roughly 75% of the vote is going to be early vote. And that is going to skew a little bit Democratic. But boy, an 11 point lead, that's a tough one to make up with only 12.
Roberto Nicolai joining us here, hopefully around the 11 o'clock hour, most likely replacing our dear friend Adam Trad, who, again, thank you for staying for so long. It's been a pleasure.
Most because we have 60% of the vote. That's the Phoenix, Scottsdale, Mesa, Glendale area. It's breaking big for Joe Biden and for Mark Kelly.
In terms of the Biden race and the Kelly race, and those existing in parallel, we are seeing sort of parallel.
Getting a little Rachel Maddow in tonight.
Do you see any cross currents between those
our
two?
favorite MSNBC news reporter there.
Kelly, conversely, do you think that McSally or Trump might have hurt one another's campaigns as they both seem to be trailing right now?
Well, McSally always seemed to run in the polling about 4 to 5 to 6%, depending on which poll you looked at, behind Donald Trump. So that tells me that a lot of Republicans in particular...
CNN giving some more electoral votes out, 118 for Biden, 105 for Trump. Moving up there a little bit.
Republicans and independents, in particular women in the suburbs.
Nothing major, but it's almost 11 o'clock, so...
were turned off by Donald Trump and by Mark McSally, who really has been...
Again, Newsmax predicting Trump with a small margin of a lead overall. This is the prediction hour where we fill the quiet space with predictions. It appears to be what's going on. Senate 41, Democrat 40, Republican as of now.
And I feel like Colorado, Nevada, and Arizona tell a different story. Can you talk about that vote, which is
about 6 minutes or so here.
Mexican-American based Latinx vote, and where is that going, and how strong is the turnout? It has been extremely strong, and where it was strong is in early balloting. Latino women, Latino men, Latino voters, Democratic voters.
According to Odds Shark, Donald Trump has moved to 85% implied odds for winning.
According to who?
Odds Shark.
Okay.
They're verified on Twitter.
I mean, not the polling, but the people that you saw out at the polls, huge numbers of people. And I think the story of this election might in the end be the independents who came out big today. And we were expecting them to break for Democrats, and it appears that they did.
Lori, that is the analysis that I've heard from former McCain advisors, and McCain always counted on those independents coming out for him. Can you talk about how Trump might have hurt himself with what is people in the state know how important independents are to their vote, but either someone forgot to tell Donald Trump or he didn't care, but it seems like 4 years of attacks against the McCain family may have hurt him with that independence.
Well, I think it's not just that, but it is... I don't think that Donald Trump and Martha McSally ever tried to expand their base. Remember that 8 years ago, this is a state that went by 8 points for Mitt Romney. This is a state that 3 years...
Tell you what, one way Democrats are keeping infrastructure alive is by building up borders in front of businesses.
Oh, yeah, right?
I'm sure those construction companies are loving it. New York looks like a ghost town with all the wood that they have in front of everyone.
Yeah, we talked about this before. Businesses were boarding up as of like Sunday, closing up shop and putting up plywood and stuff, trying to protect themselves from what's coming, like in DC and stuff like that.
Women who maybe voted for Donald Trump 4 years ago, but have been turned off in the last 4 years, and you saw 2 years ago with the election of...
Let's go ahead and check out Fox.
Lindsey Graham giving his
Fox News
winning speech here as he secures his seat in the Senate.
I will never take my eye off the ball of taking care of the state interest in Washington. Now, I also want to find common ground where I can. Aren't you glad that this election's coming to an end? I've had 2 calls already. One from President Trump. He's going to win. He's going to win. youngsters out there, you have no idea what you're doing. And to all the liberals in California and New York, you wasted a lot of money. This is the worst return on investment in the history of American politics.
Donald Trump still winning Michigan.
I got a call from Mr. Harrison. Jamie, thank you. He was very gracious. He created an incredible campaign for the first time he's ever run for office. He raised more money than the history, and anybody in the history of the United States Senate. I think had a lot to do with that, but.
So Newsmax just called, this is pretty big, Florida. Now he's up 144, Biden 128.
You're a good man, and I look forward to working with you where I can.
Newsmax just called Florida. So what was it?
They're right now they're at 144 for Trump.
For Trump. Oh, I completely missed that. Okay.
And then what did I say? 138 or 28?
Something like that.
138, 128. I think it was I don't know.
I forgot. Yeah, I'm waiting for it to come back up.
About 2 minutes or so here until we hopefully hear some big news.
Yeah, you know, the Grand Games thing is one of the things that happened in Ohio that I don't remember ever happening in my career is that one of the local officials.
Trump's still leading in Maine, even though it was called for Biden.
The president doesn't need to come anymore. That runs counter to what always happens. Which is state officials say, we need 7 more visits last week. They said, Mr. President, you go someplace else. We will win Ohio for you with the Grand Games.
Trump at 144, Biden at 126, according to Newsmax. That's because of Florida mostly. Less than a minute here until we hear some more news, hopefully, from all these other guys.
Two very big Republican counties have come in just the last 45 minutes or so, and you see now the president is up. He's up about 2 percentage points, but still within that 120,000 vote outstanding absentee ballot margin. So now instead of Ohio, we're looking at the possibility of a very long night or a very long week in terms of in the state of North Carolina.
I've got one other big piece of news. We talked briefly when I was at the board about the president perhaps having 3 states.
Election alert here. Let's see.
There may be a 4th state added.
A few more seconds here.
What's North Carolina leaning for?
Leaning Trump.
Alright, they're at 93% vote.
California goes to Joe Biden, according to CNN.
No way.
Who does?
California.
Oh, well. He's up.
And Washington State and DC Oregon as
Not
well.
even 50,000. Or just over 50,000.
California,
he's up
Oregon,
70.
and Washington State
70,000.
goes to Biden, according to
Oh, yeah.
CNN. Not much surprise there. Donald Trump picks up Wyoming.
Trump has Florida, North Carolina, Ohio, Georgia.
Let's take a look at the electoral college map, see where it stands right now. Right now, Biden has a wide lead. He has 192 electoral college.
CNN now has Biden at 192, Trump at 108. Florida is officially closed in pretty much most polls here, with Trump leading at 50% or so. Texas still leading 51% for Trump. Pennsylvania leading 56% for Trump. Ohio 52.
It's a prediction by CNN though.
Oh, what kind of California already?
They call the whole West Coast.
Gotcha. 209 to 112.
Michigan, Trump still winning by a comfortable margin. We now have Trump at 119, Biden at 207, thanks to the West Coast there. Still waiting on a lot of states to close.
Also, one of the things that showed in research in the last few months is that cancel culture was a really big deal for some of these suburban parents. And I wonder
For those of you that are just joining us, we just closed on the West Coast, Biden winning California Oregon and Washington State, he's now at, I believe, 209, 207, and Trump is at 119. That might be pretty much, we're looking at the end of the states that are going Biden pretty much. I mean, he called the West Coast already, so now we just got to wait till the rest of the states close. Trump will be making some leads here pretty soon because, once again, I mean, most of these states that are going to be closing soon will probably not go to Biden.
Usually the chairman of those committees have tough races, and just looking at it right now, she's a little bit behind.
That's interesting. Let's do some Senate races real quick. Put up, if we could, the balance of power.
Yeah, so it says Pennsylvania is at 56, Trump. I think that's 41.
41 Biden, so yeah, a lot of independent votes in there.
Here we have, it's kind of populating as we go along. Small, but again, we've talked about this in places like.
Is that 26?
No, that's Elk County.
Oh.
Do add up. We go next door. Here's a place where Trump hit 73% in 2016. Tiny, but he's hitting 70%.
The House is no net gains now, so we went back down to 0 net gains in the House. Still 1 net gain in the Senate for Democrats there.
Trump is in those small rural counties hitting, in some cases exceeding that 2016 number. That is only part of the
statewide. Pennsylvania, Trump 56, Biden 41. That's correct.
We are not getting the full results from places like
Election HQ has Biden at 209, Trump at 112. We've got nothing major besides the West Coast there. So the West Coast gave Biden a big bump there, but of course, like I was saying, it's tough to say if he can win, you know, enough states to get to the 270 mark, as a lot of these that are coming to an end here will probably go for Trump. A lot of states here in the middle of the country.
We've been talking all night about how these 3 states, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, Michigan, are, as Nicole, as you've been putting it, they're sort of the whole story in terms of what the Biden campaign was aiming at. What does happen if those are the states on which this is all...
Florida in at 97%, so of course it was safe for them to call Florida going for Trump. Michigan, Trump still leading 54%, which is pretty big for him. Wisconsin, small lead there for Trump, 50%.
He views Bill Barr as his personal lawyer. He slid seamlessly into that role that Michael Cohen used to fill, versus the gentleman you had on your show last night, Mr. Bauer. And I think that we shouldn't get ahead of the story, but we have, I mean, the state officials have prepared their constituents, and I think the Biden campaign has prepared their supporters for a scenario where this doesn't end tonight. You have to think that if both campaigns were seeing the same things...
let's see here. Fox looks like they have 207 Biden, 148 Trump, so I think some states closed there for Trump. Looks like I saw, was that Idaho went for Trump, as we should see on our election map here pretty soon.
So both campaigns saw this the same way, and I think I have a hard time not seeing this the way Stafford does. And
Montana, Trump, I believe is what that is.
What did both campaigns see? Both campaigns saw these 3 states as being an endgame, and both campaigns saw Joe Biden as having an edge in the polls, a small edge in these 3 states. So what does that mean? That means Donald Trump saw his path as likely involving a legal challenge to ballots in PA, and that's where he's been focusing his efforts.
So Trump at 148 now, Biden's still at 207.
Feeling incredible anxiety. I think one source of anxiety is that with all that's happened, COVID,
swing states been,
people dead.
We've got Florida's closed. Michigan is pretty safe to say it's going to go for Trump. Still waiting on Pennsylvania. Texas, they say, is still too close. It's going to go for Trump, though. Waiting on Arizona. Idaho went Trump, I believe. Wyoming went Trump. Utah went Trump. Montana is not called yet.
North Carolina's most likely going Trump. He's up about 100,000 votes.
Okay, North Carolina.
They have 94% of the voting. And
going for Trump there. On our map here, we now have Washington, Oregon, California going in for Biden, bringing him to 207.
These states are not
controlled by Republicans. I would right now feel the same anxiety as every one of my two phones if these 3 states were controlled by Republicans. And I hate to say that, but that's where we are. But they're not. They're not controlled by Republicans. Exactly.
Ohio also is probably going to go for Trump, as we've been seeing. Michigan as well. Waiting on more of these yellow states here to get closed. Waiting for Florida to update.
It's not the same Wisconsin. It's not the same Pennsylvania. The governor there is not going to allow it. It could be that we just have to breathe for tonight, and tomorrow we'll get the results. And I think they're getting.
Can I tell you what I have in my notes? Because all I've been doing is cramming for the last year. My notes on each of these three states. Wisconsin. State Elections Commission chief says Wisconsin will probably not report unofficial results until Wednesday at the earliest. Pennsylvania. Governor releases TV ad warning residents that will take, quote, a few days for the vote to be completed.
Pennsylvania governor saying that it'll be a few days until the results are finalized there. So we can make projections tonight, but of course they believe that nothing's official until a few days from now. Georgia looking at tomorrow. Popular vote. Looks like Trump is winning by over 2 million votes there. 45 million votes going to Trump. Almost 46 million, excuse me. And 43.5 million for Biden. So he's winning there by a 2.5 million margin in the popular vote. Much different from last election. And this is also now, Adam, as we can say, with California, Oregon, and Washington State in. As we said, not much change there with the percentage of popular vote, correct? Overall, pretty steady race, nothing too unexpected. Pretty close to 2016 is what it looks like. Michigan, Trump still leading at 54%. With a consistent lead there, nothing much changed there.
Red to blue shift in center line where Joe Biden is outperforming what Hillary Clinton did. So again, they're saying breathe. They are still optimistic that in the end Joe Biden will take the state, and they say that what we should look at right now instead of this patchwork is the surge pattern in voting, because Michigan was the place where Donald Trump...
Still waiting on Arizona. It is still pretty early for Arizona.
And so they say, and this is according to the Secretary of State...
Utah, big win for Trump, 56% there.
Number 1, Detroit.
New Hampshire closing in. Biden was supposed to win big, but it's getting a little close. Of course, they projected that Biden's going to win California. No surprise there. Idaho projected Trump to win, even though Biden is leading by a little bit currently. Oregon, big time for Biden, currently at 55% votes in. Washington State, also Biden. Not a lot of votes in there yet. Virginia Senate race is really close, though. West Virginia Senate, no question there, almost 70% for the Republican. And, of course, Mitch McConnell.
Yeah, so Fox, did I miss this out? Fox declared that Trump wins Florida.
Right.
I don't know if I missed that.
Yeah, we talked about that.
Sorry.
You're good.
And, you know, the women, big margin for Biden, men much more close. So, I mean, if you look at these numbers, it would seem in almost every state that Biden is headed for victory.
In the kitchen. Yeah, you see 2 boxes. There, yeah, let's play 2.
An actual turnout on election day is a different one. And as we pointed out before, that the ground game of the get out the vote operation of the Trump campaign has really come to their it also to them.
Kamala Harris telling voters to stay in line at the polls, to not leave early.
Including women. Didn't want to tell anybody to vote for Trump. Because among women, he was thought to be unpopular, and he was thought to have offended more women than he ever did men. And men liking him better. So
which made it more of an issue this time than in 2016.
Yeah.
Yeah, obviously. I mean, I think for everybody, right? I mean, a lot of people just didn't want to say anything at all. So I think that, you know, President Trump solidified his support. And and they made a compromise on everything. They knew they were going to lose a significant amount, but it'll be good through all the votes and see how that really turns out. But I keep going back to this thing. I think parents.
Do you want a drink or?
No, I'm just cool.
You need a jacket?
I want my car or something.
She'll get up to get pizza.
Oh, yeah. Priorities.
The Vermont governor is the Republican incumbent has secured his election, and we are now joined by Roberto Nicolai,
The one and only.
the one and only.
God, how are we doing?
Still a little early. They just got the West Coast, so that put Biden up over 200. But I mean, California, Oregon, and Washington State, we expected him to win that.
So Biden's over 200. Trump's at what? 119.
He's around 119. Some are saying 144.
I'm happier at 144 to be honest.
Maine, the votes are.
Accepted. Whoever will win, I'll accept it. Wake up in the morning, be okay, call my accountant. First thing. Listen, how many taxes am I paying? Too much.
Maine, it looks like Biden getting a little more votes there. He's now in the lead. I guess the projections there were correct.
Even if Biden wins the initial election, we're not going to know for a few weeks. We aren't. It's a matter of fact. So, if he wins this tonight, good for him. Great. Whatever. We're not going to know for at least 2 or 3 weeks who actually wins, considering mail-in ballots, walk-in ballots, and the people who actually voted today. They're not going to count them until a few weeks ahead. And the new president isn't even inaugurated until, what, January 20th? So we're not going to know for at least 3 months.
Well, I wouldn't say that. I mean, it's going to be a lot sooner. Probably by the end of the week, we'll have a very, very definitive answer.
Absolutely not at the end of the week. It's 2020. One, we didn't know what was going on with the Rona, first of all. Secondly, we don't know what's going to happen the next week.
Well, the thing is, you're worried about Biden winning clearly tonight, whereas I'm saying I think that Trump's going to pull through, and it'll either be close or he'll pull ahead. And still, yeah, we won't know tonight for sure, but I think it'll only be, a few days until we know for sure.
Now, look, everybody in this area knows I'm very conservative. I don't think Trump is going to win tonight. Seminole County went blue.
You're wild. He won Florida.
That was like the one county in Florida, though.
He won Florida. Seminole County, we live here. We drive through here every day. What do you guys think people voted for in Seminole County and it went blue?
Well, Seminole County went blue in the midterms, too.
In 2018, 2016, and decades before that, we were red. Right? 2018 we went blue because John Morgan pushed medical marijuana, and a lot of Republicans agree with that. I agree with medical marijuana. Right? I'm very conservative. Medical marijuana, it's a thing. We're going to have to deal with it. So, I'm okay with medical marijuana. But that's why they went blue. John Morgan spent millions and millions of dollars pushing medical marijuana, which turned Seminole County blue. Now, 2016 and decades before that, we were red. Sorry, but Seminole County is a red county and went blue this year for Joe Biden. This guy?
We were saying it's because all the students are back home with their parents because of coronavirus.
No, I'm sorry. The students who are educated voted red because they know who's paying their college bill. I'm sorry. The students that are going to great colleges, Ivy League, people like Zach who are going to great schools, people like Mark and myself who went to good schools, their parents are red. So the whole...
But you got to keep in mind, most students, regardless, are going to vote blue. And if they're all at home in Seminole County, it's going to go blue.
Yeah, they might until they realize that, oh, wait, the people that are funding my entire life.
Well, right, but they're not at that stage in their life yet where they realize what's going on. So, and that's true, just Seminole County. The rest of the map of Florida was, think about this too, Miami-Dade.
Miami was like 50-50.
Miami-Dade, 2016, was 85% for Hillary. Now it's 55% Biden. So there's a lot of voter turnout for Trump in Miami-Dade.
So mind you, Miami-Dade, full of Cubans.
Yeah, exactly.
These Cubans don't want socialism again.
Yeah.
They
Okay, so this
escaped
map
that for a
is
reason.
Florida.
They're children.
Oh, hell yeah.
They're children of socialism. They don't want the Castro, Bernie. They don't want that kind of socialism. I mean, when I was looking at healthcare, right? I was 21 years old when I had my
I feel like Georgia and North Carolina are both going to go.
It was cheaper for me to not have healthcare.
Pennsylvania was.
And pay the mandate.
No, Pennsylvania is like
Than to
deep
have
red.
healthcare.
Yeah. So it could be 3 states right
And
there.
pay that. I was paying
Ohio's usually red.
$7,000 a year for healthcare.
Yeah.
I paid $3,000 for not having healthcare. And I had my son cheaper with no healthcare than I did with it.
Like 60 something. Oh, nice.
It bothers me because these people these kids, and that's what really bothers me. It's the younger generation that doesn't understand. Look,
What's that?
your family escaped something terrible,
Yeah.
which is socialism, right?
Ohio.
They escaped socialized healthcare for a reason.
Oh, definitely red.
They escaped high taxes for a reason. They escaped somebody telling them what they're going to do with their money every single day. But now they're voting for them,
Yeah.
which is what bugs me about people moving from California to Texas.
I mean, he has a good chance.
California,
if
Texas.
they all just
I
solidify,
promise
he
you,
has a- he
those
has a chance.
Californians are still going to vote the same way in Texas as they did in California. I wonder why.
Well, actually, we actually discussed this last night at Corona, and what we've been seeing is a lot of people that are moving away from California. The big reason why they're moving away right now is because they're seeing how, having Democrat-run state, how it's controlling their businesses and things like that. So a lot of them moving to Texas are a lot of Republicans already in California that just want to get away from that, but also a lot of Democrats in California that don't want to be a part of that anymore. So they find that they're moving because of that. They're not moving.
Well, here's the issue, right? And this is where I kind of bring a cause to it. The business owners, Elon Musk, Joe Rogan, a lot of these guys, they're moving to Texas. They're like, look, I can't deal with the taxes. I can't deal with the control.
Even Disney thinking about moving to Texas.
I mean,
Disneyland
into Texas, that would be amazing. But how many people work for Joe Rogan? And how many people work for Elon Musk? Right?
I mean, Joe Rogan a lot, yeah.
As
Elon Musk
business
a lot, but
owners,
Joe Rogan.
we can't control, like even myself, I talk to the people that work for me. As business owners, we can't control the people that work for us.
You know why
we can't
Disney
tell them who to
stopped
vote.
on concealed carry?
It's not right of us, right? So Joe Rogan can say, hey, look, I moved to Texas because lower taxes,
someone got scared,
better employee benefits, A, B, C, D, whatever. Same with Elon Musk. Hey, I built my gigafactory here. You guys shut me down. I'm going to move to
The
Texas.
glass that they shot was
no
too
problem.
expensive to change.
But the employees
So
are
what
going to
they
say,
did was
I want more.
They put a
I need
spider
more.
web
A,
sticker
B, C,
over
D.
it to look
And
like it's a big
it's
spider web.
not wrong for the employees to want more. Like, they should get higher salaries. Employees should get more benefits and all of that. But they need to understand,
it was like
hey,
a
look,
custom ordered
my
glass.
cost of living in
And
Texas,
if they changed it,
Florida,
the ride would have to be down for a long time.
and in New York are completely different. In New York, $15 minimum wage, you need it. I can't live in New York City for under $35 an hour. You can't. A studio apartment in Manhattan.
It's like $2,500 at least.
No, a studio. I wish. a studio apartment in Manhattan. I've looked recently because I was on Zillow and I was bored. $1.5 million.
Oh, I was thinking to rent.
Right? And that's in the shitty part of the city.
Hey,
right?
Mom said something young.
I'm sorry. If you're in the ghetto part of the city, you're paying $1.5 million for a studio.
Yeah.
Right? You need at least $35 to $40 an hour to afford that in New York City. California. I mean, Mark, Zach, you guys have been in California. How did Hollywood look?
Terrible.
I mean, how many homeless
Trash.
people, drug addicts? How many did you see?
What did it smell like?
I don't know. You got to ask them. I mean, I can't tell you.
Terrible.
You know, we've got these heroin addicts on the side of the street, and it sucks. Like, nobody should be in that position, but in a population as big as we are, you're always going to have a subsection of degenerates. I mean, you always will. Just like Republicans, Democrats, you're always going to have subsections that are bad. One thing I said from the beginning was, no matter which way this turns, right? Trump could win, Biden could win, there's always going to be a riot.
Well, so if you look at like recent past, the Democrats have been the ones to more riot than Republicans in certain issues.
Exactly.
Because rioting is a strong word. Democrats would riot. Republicans might be upset and like they wouldn't riot, but maybe like protest.
Not to the proportions that we've seen the Democrats riot.
Here's the thing, and this is where I say this, right? I don't care if you're a Republican, Democrat. If you're out there to riot, tear buildings down, pull down those plywood walls that businesses have built, you're not a Republican or Democrat. You're just there to riot. No matter which way this turns out, buildings are going to burn, and people are going to be upset. Hanging out. That wasn't. No matter which way it turns, people are going to riot. Right? That's what they want to do. No, this is personal. This is personal. She's fine, I already told her.
Yeah, but I honestly, I don't think you'd see that too much on the I don't think you might see a couple of like outliners, like a few people trying to riot and things like that, but you won't see like the major proportions that we've seen seeing Democrats riot.
I think you're going to see a lot more
and burning buildings and things like that. That's just by going off recent history, past history, things like that. You don't really see that too much on the Republican side.
I think you're going to see Democrats riot whether they win or not. I agree with that. I think somebody's going to riot regardless. And to say that they won't, it's a little ignorant. But the problem is, so here's the biggest problem, right? We're not going to know what's going to happen until about like 2-3 weeks after.
I don't think that long. I think because if there's already large margins of winning, I don't think that those couple thousands or 10,000s of votes are going to matter too much, and are going to sway the election too much. To be honest, I think it's going to. What we see tonight and tomorrow is really going to decide, where the election goes.
So here's the issue, right?
I think the rhetoric that they're saying is going to be months and months is just to scare people. It's just a scare tactic. It's not really going to come to fruition like they're saying.
Well, here's the issue, right? Like, normally we have an election where all 6 of us early vote. Right, we're pretty responsible people. Like, we're going to go on a Saturday versus like Tuesday. We'll early vote. We'll call it a day. And then a lot of people get off work. We'll vote on Tuesday. We'll count it, whatever. Lately, I think what's been happening is that with Corona, we're going to mail-in ballot, right? And I've had personal friends. Actually, I didn't tell you this. I think I told Nick, actually. I have personal friends that were like, hey, like, I'm here to vote, give their ID. And this is in Utah. They're like, oh, you already voted.
Right.
Yeah, in Utah. And I mean, I can actually we can call them right now and get the resources, but you've already voted. And they're like, no, I didn't. They're Mormons, so they're Republicans. And they asked, who did we vote for? Right? And they're like, well, we can't give you that information, but we can clear your vote and you can vote again. They're like, no, we're not voting again. This is our first time. They're like, regardless, we have to clear your vote. We have to call, whomever and clear it. So they cleared the vote. They voted. And one issue was, okay, if I didn't vote this year, who would I have voted for had I not, had I not known? And that was a major issue. So I was like, all right, here's somebody I personally know that wouldn't make this up, that went through something like this. They're from a Mormon community, which not an issue. And it's like, okay, like what would you do in that position?
Crazy though, Utah did go Trump, so it's all good.
I mean, they went Trump. I have a Muslim friend who went Biden. Good for her. She's a teacher in Pine Hills. Right? One issue I had was a post she made. She was like, I'm a math teacher. I taught my 11-year-olds about voter suppression because my curriculum doesn't teach in my demographic. One issue I had with that was like, all right, you're teaching 11-year-olds that your votes don't count because you're black. Right.
Your votes don't count because you're not 18.
Well, yeah, they don't count because you're not 18, but like your votes won't count because you're black. So you're teaching 11-year-olds this. And what a lot of people don't understand is that's systematic racism. Right? You're teaching these kids like, hey.
It goes both ways.
Well, hey, like, people are going to shut you down because you're a young black guy voting. And I'm sorry, like, I grew up in Florida. Zach and Mark grew up in Florida. You grew up, in Florida too? There's not a lot of racism around the areas we're in. We're in a pretty diverse area.
Yeah.
And you're teaching these children right off the bat at 11 years old, like, hey, look, if you're black, you're screwed. How are they supposed to feel? Why, if I was a young African-American child, why would I vote if I'm thinking it's going to be suppressed anyway? Like, I'm not going to be allowed at the polls at 11 years old.
Mm-hmm.
It can empower a few, but you're diminishing most of the children, saying, hey, look, it doesn't matter. Because of your skin color, you can't vote. People won't let you. No, screw that. Go to the polls. I was at the polls. Nobody got discouraged. There was one guy I wanted to punch, but he was white, and quite frankly, he wore a fanny pack and runner shorts. It was very uncomfortable for everybody, but
regardless,
he still voted.
There was no trouble.
No, I mean,
no. Seminole County is very,
but it went blue.
Very friendly. Yeah, but it's a very friendly state when it comes to vote, or county when it comes to voting, as most of Florida is.
Miami-Dade went blue.
Oh, they always do.
Not always. What's funny and what a lot of people don't realize, so Miami-Dade voted more now. Like, Trump beat Hillary's record. Even though they still went blue, Trump beat Hillary's record in 2016. Right? They still went blue. Understandable. I get it. But Trump still beat Hillary's record of over 400,000 votes. Something along those lines. And, I mean,
Rhode Island pretty close right now. They called it for Biden, but it's like 49-48.
How's Pennsylvania doing?
They say they won't. They say they won't know for days.
Yeah,
but Trump was winning last time we saw.
Oh, okay.
Trump
54%.
Leading red right now.
Trump is leaning red. They are leaning red. Trump's at 55.8, and then Biden is 41.7.
Now, I got a friend of mine from Pennsylvania, and I was joking around with her. I'm like, look, we're going to get into an argument if if Biden wins. She's like, I hope Biden doesn't win. That's not what we're shooting for, but we'll get there. And I'm like, look, like,
Trump is still up in Michigan.
PA, as far as the North goes, so not a lot of people know this, right? As far as the North goes, PA has lower taxes, less gun regulation, and more freedom for their citizens. I mean, PA is doing great, right? They're worried about fracking, which I understand that. But we all know Trump's not going to get rid of fracking. Joe, who the hell knows where he's going to go, right? His party says no fracking. He says, I'm going to continue fracking.
Well, he himself has said that he was going to ban fracking for like weeks and weeks, and then he said, no, I never said that. So that's how it is.
And that's the thing. So the problem with a career politician, Joe's worth, him and his family, worth $1.5 billion because of politics. Trump's worth arguably between 2 and 10 billion. No politics. I mean, he had to play politics to a
Well,
point.
he lost money because of politics. That's the difference.
And I wish, and if he wasn't as conceited as he is, I wish he came out and said, hey, look, guys, the economy turned down. I boosted up as much as I could. Corona maybe lose $1 billion, which it did. Sorry. Which COVID made him lose over $1 billion. Right? If he would have said, hey, look, I'm just like you. I lost a shit ton of money. Right? I lost a shit ton of money.
It's not sticking to your shirt.
Either way. Either way. I lost a shit ton of money. Right? Billionaires made billions of dollars in profits. Jeff Bezos, Elon Musk, all these people in electronics companies, because it's a given. Like, we're not shopping at Publix anymore.
Mm-hmm.
We're shopping at Whole Foods because they'll deliver it to our door. But it was a given. Jeff Bezos was going to make a few $100 billion. I'm not saying it's okay, but it's also not sustainable. It's not. Jeff Bezos, his net worth is going to go down as the coronavirus goes away. Right? Elon Musk, I mean, his net worth is only going to go up. But these guys, it's like, you've got the one guy that has the mail order delivery system for everything you do. You didn't think he was going to get richer?
Mm-mm. No, I mean, yeah. Imagine how many people started using Amazon because of coronavirus. All the mail that they had to send out. Because people were trapped inside. I mean, my family ordered a lot through Amazon.
Oh, we did
this
too.
past year. Everyone did.
I mean, my food providers, I mean, Mark and Zach can attest to this. They're like, dude, we're hurting. I'm like, yeah, I'm hurting too. Like, I get it. We got to survive any way we can. People like Amazon who do third-party sales or do any kind of sales, they're like, oh, we're fine because you don't want to go to Publix. You don't want to go to Walmart. You're going to buy from us. And we know that. We've got a monopoly on the market.
Mm-hmm.
And that's why Jeff Bezos is worth $200+ billion. Walmart, the Waltons are really the richest people on the planet. They just separate their money between 3 or 4 people.
Right.
No matter what, you're going to Walmart. Their rotisserie chicken is $5. You can feed a family of 3 on a rotisserie chicken for $5.
Yep.
They lose money on their rotisserie chicken, so you'll buy everything else. I mean, think about it. You ever go to Publix and just buy one thing?
No, I go into Publix and always get more than I meant to go.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, so.
There's a minimum price tag for Publix, and it's about, and I talked to the managers, the average minimum spending at Publix is about $50. $50 per person. How many people do you think go into Publix every day?
Tons. It's always busy.
During the hurricanes?
Oh, yeah.
The Publix next door to me, during the hurricane Irma, they made $500,000 gross in one day.
That's crazy.
And Mark was there for that.
For what?
The Publix next to me, they made $500,000 in gross in one day.
Yeah.
Real quick, I want to update the popular vote. Biden is now at 49%. Trump is at 48%.
All right, so we're still within the margin of error.
Just gained. Yeah, so he's got that 1% leading the popular vote now.
But that's not a
Currently
big deal.
at 223, 148 according to Fox. Which state did he just win? Arizona, they said, is going. Arizona going to Biden according to them.
Jump off a bridge.
Still waiting on, of course, Texas, which is going to be big for Trump.
And all the swing states.
Georgia, Pennsylvania, Ohio.
Yeah, we got most.
Texas is going pretty big for Trump. He's at Trump's at 5,250,000 for Trump and only 4,736,000 for Biden. So he's winning pretty good. And Michigan, he's still up about 300,000 votes. Pennsylvania, he's
Say again?
still up about 500,000 votes.
Very good.
What was that? Where?
Pennsylvania, he's up about 500,000 votes.
Arizona and New Mexico went Biden.
No way. Wait. Well, I knew. Oh, no, right. That was all, I think.
New Mexico, I think. Arizona was officially, and then the popular vote switched a little bit.
Southern states need to
Biden's got popular.
losses in the southern states need to stop here because we have to expect that losses are ahead for him up north.
Chris, what could be called next?
Oh, if I told you that, then you wouldn't have me back up.
Well, that's what you are here for. We met the map up. 270 votes are needed. Biden's at 223. Trump's at 148. Does the race get called tonight?
I do not foreclose that possibility. I would say there's obviously a strong possibility we'll be hanging out tomorrow, maybe into the rest of the week. But I certainly do not foreclose the possibility yet that we will have a call. When I say tonight, I mean before the sun rises.
Wow, before the sun rises. We'll have you back before the sun comes up. Chris,
So what are you doing? You're not supposed to be drinking.
you might need to go back to the orange couch and get a quick nap at some point in time, Chris, but we'll have you back on super fun. I just want the whole idea of this, Ari and Kristen, you think, you look at the map, and Chris is right, it gets tougher, and there's no room for error now. I mean, you could lose, you could lose in Nevada, you could lose now for the president, there's no room for error.
There's no room for error, and that map that we had before, which had this race that I believe.
Do you guys think Texas will win?
No, he's up in Texas big time right now.
That's what I was
There's
thinking.
an easy way to flip one of those congressional districts, say Nebraska second, which we should have probably put in the Democratic camp. That's more likely to go Democratic. You can wind up in a tie situation. It's not too hard to imagine it now. Just enough pieces have been falling into place. It is the year 2020, everyone.
Could you imagine if they tied?
Dude, if they tied, I would.
Is that even possible?
Yeah.
Like two? Oh yeah.
It would go to the House, right? Or the Senate?
No, just run a coin flip. Near you.
Coin flip, he said.
I'm probably going to popular vote, actually.
No.
No, there's a
Goes to the Senate.
Oh, really?
there's a Senate, which is projected to stay red. So
That's all.
Yeah, right now the Senate's 45-42. Republican Party.
you want this back? Oh man.
Coin flip, Trump calls heads. We're good. Tails, he's fucked.
So I just saw a thing, like Virginia, right? For example, they predicted blue with less than 50% of the votes. So they're judging that based on like independent, like news network people going out to the polls and asking like a group of 100 people who they're voting for. And then that's how they're able to call it. So like Fox News, for example, send 10 reporters to 10 polling locations and, ask 100 people who are you voting for, and then they'll come back and, they'll put that data together and be like, oh, well, he won Virginia because out of the 300 people we asked, majority was Biden or whatever. But like in Virginia, right, he's leading a lot. Trump is. So like, and what if the news reporters don't report it? Right, because they were saying that Fox was considering taking back. Yeah, he won. Biden won Virginia. So.
And that's what happens. Especially with these sample polls, they ask 1,000 people. 30% of them say, hey, I'm voting blue. They're like, oh, Joe Biden's got 30% of the vote. It's not realistic. It just is what it is. The amount of calls that I ignored when I was younger. Oh, would you vote Mitt Romney? I'm like, fuck this ball. Right?
Yeah. And then like, oh, I'll just put that for Obama.
And they're like, oh, okay, that's an Obama vote.
Yeah.
I mean, Obama won, but what bugs me the most, right, with this whole white supremacist thing, was 2008. We got the first black guy running for president. Not the first, but the most prominent black guy running for president. You're telling me all the white supremacists that could change the vote, like they do in 2016 and 2020, they stayed home. Like, oh, black guy running for president, I'm just going to stay home. And in 2016, they all came out and they're like, oh, white guy running against a white lady? I'm going to vote for this guy.
Yeah, it doesn't make sense.
The white supremacists...
Like, where were they in 2018 or 2008? Yeah.
They're so minute. These white supremacists, I mean, fuck them first of all, but second of all, they're so minute. And anyone that's watching that is white supremacist, you go fuck yourself. Because nobody cares about you. You don't even care about yourself enough to realize, like, hey, look, you can't live in a country like this.
Right.
But you tell me, the white supremacist vote so strong they can put in Trump, they couldn't keep out Obama. How does that make sense?
Right, exactly.
You know, and that's what really bugs me about that entire argument.
But she's hanging tight, and that's one to watch. And then I'll go back to North Carolina and Iowa. Tom Tillis, Joni Ernst, both Republican incumbents. If they both win, I think the path for Republicans to maintaining the majority is pretty clear. Not set in stone because you have a few, Montana, Alaska still outstanding, but I think those are likely to fall in the red category based on what we're seeing all over the map. North Carolina and Iowa is where it's at, and I will say this. Tillis and Ernst, both the Republicans, are both leading right now, and I think the vote's likely to get better for them in both cases.
15 minutes till midnight, we're still here, waiting to see some sort of clear sign of anything.
Especially if there's a Democratic House and a Democratic president. I'm feeling not great, but pretty good right now.
So the news
Zach,
networks
you
are
have
starting.
You have a fan in the chat.
Oh, who's a fan? Is it my son? Oh, let's see. Hold on, let's check out this chat. I can't read that far, so.
It says,
hi, Zach. Hi, Jade. I hope you are doing well.
Yes, Jade.
Yeah.
Jade Rowley.
Yeah, Jade.
Oh, wait, I thought hold up.
Jade.
She's a fan of the Gonzo Tonight Show.
Yeah, you know, if you're able to go out and vote, make sure you go vote.
Thanks a lot for that.
We're done
Zach,
voting.
yeah.
Guys.
Need some coffee?
Yeah, I need some coffee. Yeah, okay, yeah.
That's where they got funny.
Okay, yeah. Too late to vote. I'm sorry. Jade, I hope you're doing good. We are currently out here. It's 15 minutes till midnight. Our fire is slowly dying again. Once again, 3 propane tanks later.
Has it been that long?
Well, it's been 5 hours almost.
So if you have any spare propane, Jade, send it our way. You know where I live. I hope.
I think we're going to have a couple more people in the chat here soon.
Alright, now that everyone wants to see Zach's ass. There we go.
He's commenting in the chat.
Ronnie. Ronnie wants to see your ass too. Come on, Zach, show it.
I hope you guys are doing good today. Apparently, got some fans. Got some fans. Ronnie Rucker. You know, I knew a guy named Ronnie. He was from Alabama. Funny story about that kid.
How's his cousin / wife doing?
Real quick, Trump pulls some more states here.
All Trump knows
Ohio.
Have you seen his wife?
Trump has officially won Ohio. We've been waiting for that for a while.
Washington.
It was close earlier, I don't know, but Washington.
Yeah, so he's won Ohio. He's projected to win in Pennsylvania, Michigan, Texas.
Michigan is winning big. He's winning 56%.
I told a friend of mine, I'm like, if you lose, I'm fighting you.
Nevada, I haven't seen any reportings on it. I checked online. I haven't seen any reportings on it. So
Is Nevada usually blue? I don't feel like it's usually blue. It's red last.
What?
Nevada.
I think it was red.
I think it was red too.
Is that fair?
New Mexico is usually blue. Colorado is usually blue.
Yeah, that's fair. I mean, Iowa's a state that the president, won handily last time around. It looks like it's going to be
good
closer
for
to that
Texas.
this
We know
time,
that.
but Ohio ended up right about where it
Nevada
was in 2016.
usually good for Michigan already done.
The final Des Moines Register poll had it exactly where it was.
Ohio is going to load up here on the map real soon, putting Trump at 166. Not a lot of states going towards Biden, I would think.
At least California is always blue. New York's always blue.
Yeah, nothing new, really.
Jersey's always blue. Which they should really consider something, considering they're all moving to Florida and Texas.
You don't have to go back very far to a time when Texas was a foregone conclusion. Mitt Romney wins the state of Texas by, I believe, about 16 points. John McCain won it in 2008 by, double digits, and yet we're now in a scenario where it's going to be decided on this razor-thin margin, and yet Ohio, formerly the perennial swing state, is now one that seems pretty comfortably in the president's territory. The geography of all of this is constantly in flux. Nothing is permanent. Interesting analysis, Kristen.
Yeah, I mean, I was just waiting for that one to close. That was kind of like a... Yeah.
Florida was a little bit of a battle. Unfortunately, Seminole County went blue, which Seminole County really bugged me for that.
Yeah. Virginia, we still really don't know. They called it for Biden, but we've been watching it, and it's just really close.
Yeah, it can go either way. Seminole County, though, now, if anybody doesn't know the history of it, so prior to 2018, Seminole County voted red for over a decade, right? 2018, they voted blue, and it was a large part of John Morgan's bid to legalize medical marijuana, which I'm conservative. Medical marijuana, not a huge deal for me, right? I'm okay with it. Quite frankly, as a conservative, I'm okay with transgenders, gay rights, all that fun stuff. If you're a human being, do what you gotta do.
Mm-hmm.
Here, hold on.
Your shirt's a little,
yeah, no,
interesting.
A little tight. But, quite frankly, as a conservative, I mean, if you want to smoke medical marijuana and you need it, doctor prescribes it, you do your thing. You want to be gay, you be gay. Transgender, that's fine. As long as the government doesn't have to pay for your surgeries or your,
Right.
I do, so, I mean, I don't advertise it. I'm not very shy about it. I do hormone replacement therapy, right? I have low testosterone, so I go to a clinic. I get testosterone shot in my butt, shoulder, thigh, whatever I feel like that week. And I pay for that out of pocket, right? It keeps me being the healthiest version of me possible.
Mm-hmm.
I don't expect the government to pay for that. I don't expect anybody to pay for that. My insurance, I expect them to pay for it because I pay my insurance every month. But if you're a transgender, you need some sort of testosterone therapy.
Or estrogen, vice versa.
Or estrogen, vice versa, regardless. Why should the government have to pay for that? Right? Personally, I pay for my private insurance. It costs me $500 a month. It's not cheap. But that's what I have to do as a normal human being, right? And I'm not saying transgenders aren't normal human beings, but why should somebody have to supplement your income to pay that? If you're paying $500 a month in insurance and it covers your therapy, whether it's estrogen, testosterone, whatever, that's fine. But why should the government have to cover more?
Right.
If they won't cover my own. And that's the way I look at it. I mean, if you're a homosexual, get married, have your significant other, do the best you can do. If you're a transgender, be the best transgender you can be, right? Do it on your dime. Just like normal guys. I mean, there's so many men on hormone therapy that we pay our own private insurance for or pay out of pocket. I mean, out of pocket testosterone therapy is $250 a month. And I've done it out of pocket. So why should the government have to pay for that?
Right.
You know,
No, right.
I'm okay with it. I don't care. Just do it on your own.
Right, exactly.
And tell me what Trump has done. And this is what really bugs me, right? Tell me what Trump has done that's been racist. With the Platinum Plan. There's the Platinum Plan, if anybody's ever looked into it. Tell me what Trump's done that's been racist, homophobic, or something along those lines. Zach said it best. Zach, what did Trump do when he first got into office? For homosexuals? I'm sorry, I listened to your podcast. But he made it illegal across the United Nations to prosecute homosexuals because of their sexual orientation. You know, and this man's done more for the homosexual community, and a lot of people that are in tune to that understand it. The problem is we got guys like Mark over here who are straight white males. I see you, all right? I know you're straight. I know you're white.
Real
I know you're a
quick,
guy.
I'm going to go ahead and call Texas here. Put Trump at 204. Biden still at 223. So Texas is going to go for Trump. I think we're getting to the point there. Soon we're going to get Michigan. He's still leading 54%. That'll put him over there, over the somewhere above 204.
Minnesota, Biden's still leading.
So I don't know if you want to say it, I just want to point out 67% of votes are in New York, and Trump's at 42%.
42% in New York?
Wow.
No way.
Dude, that's
Trump
massive.
is at 42% in New York. How many votes are in?
There's 67%.
I'm not gonna lie, 20 out of those 42% is probably our family, but still, we'll get there.
Yeah, honestly, seriously, it's probably all Albanians.
So it's a lot closer than 2016.
You know, you got the Jewish community.
The
Jewish community is very Trump.
All out for Trump.
Which is crazy because Jewish community is usually Democrat.
Well, you know, it's funny because the Jewish community, even the Hasidic Jews, which aren't always following the Jewish community, they're very pro-Trump, not only because of his policy, but because of Jared Kushner.
And all the stuff that is happening due to COVID. Cuomo is basically targeting Jews up in New York.
He is,
and
but
synagogues and all that.
So it's a combination of things, right?
Yeah.
It's a combination of Cuomo. It's a combination of Jared Kushner, which he plays a big role in the Jewish community. Ivanka Trump is Jewish.
Israel.
Yeah, Ivanka Trump is Jewish. On top of Israel making peace with what, UAE? God, I said it earlier and I can't remember it. They made peace with
3 peace
300.
deals.
Yeah.
3 or 4, I think 3.
It was 3.
Yeah.
Bahrain, UAE, Saudi Arabia. I could be wrong on Saudi, but I know it's Bahrain, UAE. Either way, I know the two I'm 100% correct. Saudi, I could be wrong.
I go to bed soon, to be honest.
Yeah, I'm about to leave.
But the man's the man's nominated for 3 Nobel Peace Prizes.
Michigan, let's see, Michigan.
For peace in the Middle East.
Michigan.
Which has never been done in history.
And the craziest part is, and here's the thing, with the Jewish community, he's paving a way for Palestine. Now, regardless how you feel about Israel and Palestine,
Yeah, 500,000, yeah.
the man has been paving a way for Palestine. Right? There is a way to peace between
No, I think they're
Israel and Palestine.
Republican.
Okay, each can have their land.
North Carolina,
Quality
Georgia's
quality.
still pretty.
And that's what he's working towards. Jared Kushner,
300,000, yeah.
although everybody wanted to make fun of him and say, oh, he's got no history, he's a billionaire.
Right.
The man's made deals across the globe.
California's always.
You're telling me he has no idea about foreign policy? Same with Ivanka Trump. I mean, she's a billionaire in her own right.
Yeah.
She knows what she's doing. And I promise you, Donald will win this, whether it be through lawsuit, whatever. 2024, who do you think's running? It's one of 2 people. Who do you think's running?
Don Jr.
Or?
For Republican?
Yeah, Don Jr. or
Ivanka.
Exactly.
No one's going to jail.
And one thing he stated the entire time, he's posted on his story, he's posted on his Instagram, all of it. Don, run 2024. Let's get through this one first. The entire time. And if Don runs 2024, 2028 wins, retires, who's running 2032? Ivanka.
I don't know.
No, but I mean, who's running 2032? Ivanka. And then Ivanka wins 8 years. Next thing you know, Eric probably doesn't want to do it. He's not.
Yeah.
He hasn't been in the political scene, but we're gonna have what 16 years of Trump if he does a good job.
I don't know. I can heard that,
It's very hard to do.
I'm not sure about all that.
Well, that's the thing. I'm not sure about it, but we know one of the two is going to run.
It's a possibility.
I'm not saying they're going to win.
At some point, they might. It's likely.
But Don Jr. or Ivanka's going to run after this. We both know that. They're set up for it. Ivanka's I'm the beautiful daughter.
They might wait till kind of like Trump, when the time is right, when it's like we need someone like this, they might wait till then. But I think at some point one of them will.
You know why? Because that's not how a dynasty works.
Well, but
You're going off, man. I don't think.
Bush Senior, and then Clinton, and then W. Bush. So I mean,
here's the thing. So, all we hear about China's dynasty, North Korea. I mean, let's really pay attention to what's going on. China, North Korea, and Russia. How long has Vladimir Putin been in charge of Russia?
What does that have to do with the U.S. election?
Let me finish. But how long has he been in charge?
I don't know, man. A long time.
15 years minimum.
Okay.
China. Xi whatever. He's been in charge for a very long time.
Okay.
These people want the same name. And if you look at the advertisement, right? Because it's not about what we're showing right now. It's about planting the seed. Trump planted the seed when he put out that ad. Trump 2016 to 20 whatever. You remember that when he had the grass signs and he was like, "Oh, Trump for life."
Yeah. That was like Trump.
Subliminally, he's planning to say, "Hey, look, I'm going to be here for a long time, whether it's me or my representative." That's his plan. I mean, the guy's not stupid. He's been saying, "I'm going to run for president" for over 30 years. He's like, when it looks so bad, I'm going to do it. And then he did it. Did it look that bad? Probably. Probably not. Somebody else could have done it. But he did it.
Alright, let's see what happens here, if anything.
But still, I mean, the guy knows what he's doing. He doesn't do anything that's not calculated.
Yeah, that's very true, though. That's very true. It is November 4th.
Jesus. We gotta go home and go to bed. Easily my ass. Where's the birth certificate, though? Georgia's still not counted?
No. Not sure where my map went. Trump at 204, Biden at 227. I wonder what's going on here with the map. I just realized, too, it says Fox News down there in the corner.
Look, PA is going to go red.
Yeah, PA is going to go red.
PA is going red. They have to. I mean, people from New York moved to PA to get away from the gun laws alone.
Yeah.
I guess I'm going to bed.
I'm out of these.
Yeah, I think
we're going to bed in a minute, but like, look at this fucking guy. He looks like a goddamn bratwurst and a half.
You guys ready to call it?
Yeah, I think so.
No, just at least the stream.
Like 1 minute.
See what happens. At the end of the night, here's what's going on for the few of you that are still here.
People are voting for this fucking guy?
Biden at 227, Trump at 204 currently.
Let me tell you
We're
something.
still going to look at a lot of key states closing though. Of course, I think we're going to end up waking up tomorrow and seeing a better picture.
I'll take fucking Reagan with Alzheimer's over this fucking guy. Nancy fucking Reagan ran the country better than Biden, all right? And that's just me. Sorry. Good night.
Good night, guys. Thank you all for... Thank you all for tuning in to the very first live stream of the Gonzo Tonight Show. It's been a great election night. It's been a great 5 hours or so. I want to thank Mark Nikolai for being here.
Thank you for having me.
A special surprise guest, Zach Nikolai, as always, and of course Roberto Nikolai. It's been a pleasure having you all here. Thank you guys again for tuning in, and I'll see you tomorrow.
Tell me Nancy Reagan didn't run the country. Pay $100.